Welcome to HH28, where we unravel the secrets of self-discovery and matchmaking. We are Hugh and Heather,
two master holistic guides dedicated to helping you navigate the worlds of numerology, astrology, and personality in pursuit of meaningful connections.
Okay, so we hear a lot about this, right?
Yeah.
Like, what's the meaning of life? Why are we here?
Right,
For
right.
centuries, humans have looked to all sorts of places for those answers, like astrology, tarot cards, and the topic of this deep dive, numerology.
Absolutely. And it's fascinating how these practices endure and continue to intrigue us.
Totally. And today we're diving into numerology, so let's get into it.
Yeah, let's unpack this.
Ever notice how numbers kind of crop up everywhere, like birthdays, addresses, even those lucky jerseys?
Right.
We even use numbers to describe ourselves sometimes, like, oh, I'm feeling like a solid 8 today.
Yeah, I'm a 10 out of 10.
Exactly. But what if, like, those numbers had a deeper meaning? Not just random, but like a code to understanding ourselves.
Okay, I see where you're going with this. That's where numerology comes in, right?
You got it. And for this deep dive, we are all about the number 1.
The number 1, always a popular one.
Right. So if you identify with that number 1 energy, or maybe you're just curious about someone who does, get ready for some serious aha moments.
Totally. The sources we've been looking at paint a pretty clear picture of this archetype.
They really do. So number 1, it's more than just being the lone wolf, right? To a deep need for freedom as a driving force. What are your thoughts on that?
It's fascinating, isn't it? It's like this inherent drive to create, to innovate, to kind of lead the charge.
Oh, absolutely. And that's where that classic number 1 confidence comes in.
Exactly. It's fueled by this need to make their own mark on the world.
Which makes so much sense. While we see a lot of entrepreneurs, inventors, people who really shake things up, resonating with that number 1 energy.
Totally. They're not afraid to stand out, to be the first, even if it means going against the grain a little bit.
Totally. Which is a huge strength, for sure. But this can lead to challenges even in their career.
Oh, absolutely. Because they thrive when they're in the driver's seat, which, let's be honest, can make traditional work environments feel stifling.
Can you imagine a number 1 stuck with a micromanaging boss?
Oh, talk about a recipe for disaster.
Right. That independent spirit needs room to breathe, to experiment, to really own their work.
You hit the nail on the head. And that need for autonomy. It doesn't just disappear when it comes to relationships.
Oh, this is where it gets interesting. Because that independent streak we talked about, it shows up in love too. Makes you wonder, what kind of person thrives alongside a number 1?
Right. It's definitely not for everyone. A partner who needs constant reassurance or feels threatened by their independence, that's not going to be a good fit.
Makes sense.
Finding someone who understands and appreciates that need for space.
Well, someone secure enough in themselves to handle that fiery, independent spirit. But it's not just about giving them space, is it?
You're right. It's a two-way street. A compatible partner also needs to match their energy, their zest for life.
Oh, okay. So we're not just talking about a doormat here.
No, not at all. The number 1 needs someone who challenges and inspires them, someone they can consider an equal.
That makes the dynamic so much more interesting.
Absolutely. It's 2 independent individuals coming together to create something even greater than themselves. But that's the paradox, right? They might crave connection, but struggle to let people in, to be vulnerable. It's like they build these walls to protect that fierce independence.
So it's not enough to just find a partner who understands their need for space.
Yeah.
You also need someone who can kind of break through those walls a little.
Exactly. Someone who can handle the intensity and passion that's underneath that independent exterior. It's about finding that balance between independence and intimacy.
That's such a powerful insight. It's not just about being independent. It's about what you do with that independence in a relationship.
Yeah.
That's huge. And speaking of different dynamics, what happens when you throw another number 1 into the mix?
Ooh, now that's a recipe for a potential power struggle.
Right.
You have 2 individuals used to taking the lead, which, it can go one of 2 ways.
It's like a powerhouse couple? Or...
Our Clash of the Titans, right?
Exactly. So the source actually calls it a powerhouse couple, which sounds exciting, but maybe a little exhausting. Can you unpack that a bit?
Well, imagine the energy and the ambition in that relationship. But the key for 2 number 1s to work is all about communication and compromise.
Which I imagine is easier said than done when you have 2 natural-born leaders calling the shots.
Oh, for sure. It's like having 2 suns in the same solar system. There's bound to be some intense gravitational pull.
I love that analogy.
But, when that dynamic works, when they find that balance, it's magic. They push each other to be their best selves.
Okay, so navigating those power struggles could be worth it for that level of shared success.
Absolutely.
Speaking of different dynamics, what about the number 1 with a 5? Now that sounds like a wild ride.
Hold on tight, because this is a combination full of excitement, adventure. Both numbers thrive on freedom, spontaneity. They love trying new things.
It's very much giving, let's book a last-minute trip and figure it out as we go. Am I right?
100%. This pairing is all about embracing the unexpected, living life on their own terms. But, like with everything, there's a flip side.
Okay, there's always a flip side.
With all that freedom, you have the potential for chaos, especially if there aren't any shared goals. You know, a way to ground all that adventure.
So it's not all sunshine and roses, even when a pairing seems perfect on paper.
Yeah.
It's an important reminder. What advice would you give a number 1 and a number 5 trying to make it work? How do they find that balance?
That's the million-dollar question, right? It comes down to finding ways to ground that energy, that enthusiasm. Maybe it's setting shared goals or creating rituals that bring them closer.
It's like finding that anchor that allows them to explore without drifting too far apart. Because even the most adventurous souls need a place to call home.
Exactly. A place where they feel safe and connected. And that's where understanding these pairings, the nuances, it can be so insightful.
Yeah.
Recognizing those pitfalls and navigating them in a way that, you know, fosters growth and understanding.
Speaking of insightful, we got to talk about the master numbers. Those seem to bring a whole other level of intensity to the table. It's like cranking the volume up to 11. Let's start with the number 1, paired with a master number 22.
Ah, the master builder.
Right.
You combine the 1's drive with the 22's vision and practicality, and you have a partnership capable of achieving incredible things.
So they not only dream big, but they actually have the skills to make it a reality.
Precisely. The 22 provides the roadmap, that strategic thinking, while the 1 brings the fuel, that unwavering belief. It's ambition meeting practicality in the best possible way.
Wow. Just imagine the possibilities with that pairing. Okay, my mind is officially blown. Pairing a 1 with a master number like 22, the potential for impact is huge. But before we go too far down the master number rabbit hole, let's circle back to those individual pairings for a sec. We talk 1s with other 1s, 1s with 5s. What about those drawn to like the nurturing energy of a 2? That feels like a whole different vibe.
You're right. It's a fascinating contrast. You've got that inherent independence and drive of the 1, but then the 2's deep desire for connection, for harmony.
It's like they're speaking different love languages almost.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean it can't work.
Right. Exactly. It's that classic opposites attract kind of thing.
Right. But how does that actually play out like day to day? What's each person bringing to the table?
Well, the 2 brings this incredible emotional depth and support, which can be so grounding for the 1.
Okay.
Think of it like the 1 is out there conquering the world, right? Chasing those ambitions. And the 2 creates that safe haven for them to come back to, a place to recharge and feel seen.
Okay, I'm feeling warm and fuzzy just picturing that. Like the 2 really creates that home base for the 1 to thrive. But when we've talked about balance in these pairings, what does the 1 need to be mindful of with the 2?
Oh, you're spot on about balance. The 1 can't just bulldoze over the 2's feelings or their need for collaboration. Because 2s are all about partnership, finding that harmonious middle ground.
Right.
If the 1 just charges ahead without considering the 2's perspective, it's going to create friction.
Totally. It's like the 1 needs to slow down, listen to their 2 partner, make sure they're both on the same page.
Yeah.
Finding that sweet spot where both people feel supported and understood.
Exactly. And that takes effort, obviously, from both sides. The 2 can't expect the 1 to completely change who they are.
Right.
And the 1 needs to appreciate that emotional intelligence and willingness to collaborate that the 2 brings.
It's appreciating the differences, right? Because often those are what create the spark in the first place. Now, we can't forget about through the life of the party.
Right.
How does their energy, that vibrant, expressive energy, blend with a 1?
Oh, get ready for some fireworks. This is a combination full of creativity, laughter, just a shared zest for life.
Okay.
Imagine that 1 ambition, that drive, but it's ignited by the 3's enthusiasm, their ability to find joy in, like, every single moment.
It's like the 1 is the captain steering the ship, and the 3 is the cruise director, making sure everyone's having a blast along the way.
I love that analogy.
But even on the most fun cruise, you need a little structure.
Right, 100%. And that's where the balance comes in, right?
Yeah.
The back provides that sense of direction, that focus that the 3 might lack sometimes. And the 3 helps the, maybe overly serious 1 to lighten up a bit, embrace the fun side of things.
They can learn so much from each other.
Yeah.
But again, balance is key. What advice for a 1 and a 3 trying to make it work long-term?
Well, the 1 needs to be careful not to stifle the 3's self-expression, that spontaneity. A 3 who feels trapped or controlled their energy is going to fade.
Makes sense.
And the 3 needs to respect the 1's desire for structure, for achievement. It's about finding that rhythm together.
So communication, understanding, key no matter what numbers are in the mix. We're seeing that theme over and over. Now, we've covered a lot of ground, but there are a few more intriguing combos to go. What about a number 1 pairing with a 4? Those grounded, stable 4s.
This one can be a bit trickier to navigate, but it can be incredibly rewarding. The 4 craves stability, routine. They're the builders of numerology. The 1, well, they thrive on change, pushing boundaries.
It's like they're speaking different languages.
Yeah.
How do they even begin to get each other?
It takes effort, a willingness to step into the other person's shoes, see the world through their eyes. The 4 can give the 1 that sense of grounding, that security, that safe harbor we talked about.
Right.
And the 1 can help the 4 kind of step out of their comfort zone a bit, embrace new experiences they might have never considered before.
It's about appreciating those qualities that each person brings, even if they seem like total opposites at first.
Exactly.
Those differences can actually make the bond stronger if both people are open to it.
100%. Sometimes those opposing forces create the most dynamic and fulfilling partnerships.
Okay.
Now let's move on to the 6. Known for that nurturing, harmonious energy, how does a 1 fare with this loving, supportive number?
It seems like the 6 could be the perfect counterbalance to the 1's independent nature, right? Someone to create a warm, loving home for the 1 to come back to after, a long day of conquering the world.
Spot on. The 6 is all about creating that harmony, that balance in their relationships. They thrive on providing that care and support. So yeah, a 6 can create that nurturing environment where the 1 feels safe to just be themselves. Strengths, vulnerabilities, the whole package.
That does sound like a pretty dreamy pairing, but any potential challenges there? Nothing's perfect, right?
Well, of course. Like with any relationship, it has its complexities. The owner one needs to be mindful not to take the 6's loyalty for granted.
Oh, yeah.
That nurturing nature, it should be cherished, reciprocated.
It's that classic opposites attract, but with the potential for a really beautiful partnership. As long as both people put in the effort to understand each other.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Now, the number 7, the seeker, the mystic, the deep thinker.
Ooh, yes.
How do they align with the very action-oriented 1? This one always gets me thinking.
It has me intrigued, too. It's like Fire and Ice or like a whirlwind romance novel waiting to happen.
Right.
What happens when you have one number constantly striving for, external success and another so focused on introspection?
It's a fascinating mix. The 7, they're drawn to knowledge, to introspection, to spirituality, while the 1, they're all about action, tangible results. It's like imagine the 1 eager to climb that corporate ladder, while the 7 is content just delving into ancient philosophy.
Head versus heart. Or maybe even action versus contemplation.
You got it. The 1 might struggle with the 7's need for solitude, for deep thought. Try dragging the 7 to a networking event when they'd rather be home reading about astrophysics.
Oh, totally. Good luck with that.
Right. And the 7 might find the 1's constant need for action overwhelming. It's all about finding that rhythm that works for both.
It sounds like a crash course in learning to appreciate different ways of moving through the world. How do they bridge that gap?
Respect, communication, as always, if they can truly appreciate and respect those differences.
Yeah.
This pairing has the potential for incredible growth. Imagine the 1, inspired by the 7's wisdom, and the 7, encouraged by that 1 action to bring their ideas out into the world.
It's recognizing those differences, even though they seem like obstacles, can actually enrich the relationship and help them both grow.
100%.
Okay, we're on a roll. Now, last of the individual numbers before we circle back to those powerful master numbers. The 8. Known for its strength, ambition, material success. How does this pairing play out?
Oh, get ready for some power moves, because this pairing screams power couple.
Right.
You have 2 incredibly ambitious individuals here, both driven to achieve, to create a legacy. Imagine those 1 visionary ideas combined with the 8's strategic thinking and ability to create abundance.
It does sound like a power couple in the making. But with all that ambition in one room, is there a risk of competition, power struggles? Who's the CEO of the relationship?
That's the million-dollar question, right? The key for this pairing is learning to share those reins, to respect each other's leadership qualities. If they can master that balance, sky's the limit.
Sounds like a crash course in collaboration, right? Learning to really leverage each other's strength. Because when those dynamics work, it is magic.
Exactly. And that brings us to the final pairing, the 1 and the 9.
Ooh.
This one always makes me think bigger picture, greater good kind of stuff. It's idealism meets action.
Because the 9 is all about compassion, empathy, making a difference. They're like the humanitarians. How does that work with the one's drive for, like, personal achievement?
They're the humanitarians of numerology, always wanting to make the world a better place. And the 1, with those natural leadership skills, can be a fantastic ally in helping the 9 achieve their goals, make their vision a reality.
So it's like the 1 provides the roadmap, the 9 provides the heart. They both want to make a difference, but maybe go about it a little differently.
100%. The 1 might be more direct, action-oriented, diving right into projects. The 9 takes a more compassionate, intuitive approach, building consensus.
So it's about finding that common ground, respecting each other's strengths, even if they look different on the surface.
Exactly. It's about recognizing they're both working towards a shared vision, even if their paths aren't identical.
And when the 1 and the 9 can really learn from each other, work together.
Magic. They can accomplish amazing things.
I love it.
Now, you ready to dive back into those master numbers? We left off with the master builder, the 22.
You bet. We talked about 1 and 22, but what about pairing a 1 with the intuitive, visionary energy of an 11? That sounds like a recipe for, like, straight-up magic.
Get ready for some inspiration, because this is a pairing that can change the world. The 11, they bring those big, innovative ideas that can revolutionize how we think, how we live.
Okay.
And the 1 drive to take those ideas and make them real, tangible.
Okay. So we're talking groundbreaking inventions, movements, world peace, maybe possibilities are kind of endless.
Truly, the possibilities are endless. But even with all that potential, there are still challenges. They need emotional support, too.
Right.
The 11, very intuitive, empathetic number, they need a partner who gets that emotional depth.
So balancing that ambition with compassion, understanding, even the most visionary ideas need that foundation of love and support to really take root.
100%. Now, the final pairing, the 1 and the 33, the master teacher, this one feels especially powerful, like a force of nature.
Because the 33 is all about, like, selfless service, spiritual enlightenment.
Yeah.
They dedicate their lives to making the world a better place.
Right. Precisely. Driven by this incredible sense of purpose, this desire to serve something bigger than themselves. Combine that with the 1's leadership, that drive, you have a partnership that can create some serious change in the world.
It's giving Mother Teresa meets Gandhi. A force for good that knows no bounds. What a combo. But even with all that good intention, got to be some potential bumps in the road, right?
You're right. No pairing's perfect, right? For this to work needs to be that shared vision, deep understanding. The 33 needs to feel supported in their mission, know their 1 partner has their back. And the 1 needs to feel fulfilled in that role as leader, as a catalyst.
So it's finding that synergy where both people feel empowered and inspired.
Yeah.
And then they can lean on each other and create something amazing.
Precisely. When those elements align, the impact is incredible.
Wow. A 1 and a 33 together.
Right.
Talk about a dynamic duo.
Yeah.
When you bring a master number into the equation, it's like the potential just explodes.
It's true. Master numbers, they definitely crank things up, add layers of, like, complexity and purpose.
For sure. But even without a master number involved, number 1s, they're a force to be reckoned with.
Oh, absolutely.
There's a reason it's called number 1, right? So let's do a quick recap. Number 1s are the independent spirits. They don't mind shaking things up. What would you say are those core 1 traits?
Well, they're the natural-born leaders, right?
Yeah.
Driven by that deep need for freedom, that desire to innovate, to achieve their goals. We talked about their confidence, their self-reliance, their ability to just make things happen.
Right.
But we also talked about those potential pitfalls, especially in relationships where compromise and understanding are so important.
Yeah, it's not always easy being with a 1,
Right.
especially if you need a lot of reassurance or if you're intimidated by their go-getter attitude. But when you find that right match, someone who can match their energy and respect that independence, it can be electric,
It's true.
like a true power couple situation.
Exactly. And numerology is all about understanding that each number combo has its own strengths and challenges. It's not about saying one pairing is better than another, but, understanding those dynamics so we can navigate them better with more awareness, more compassion.
I love that. It's like having a cheat sheet for relationships. You understand your own motivations better and the people you're connecting with. So cool.
It is. And here's something to think about. These numbers, they don't define you. It's not like you're stuck.
Right.
They're more like guideposts, to help you understand your strengths, challenges, where you can grow.
Yes. It's not about being a number. It's about using that knowledge to live your best life in your relationships, work, everything.
Absolutely. Numerology, it's all about self-discovery, about using these ancient tools to navigate this crazy thing called life with a little more awareness.
I love it.
So we're diving into all this numerology. Fascinating stuff.
It really is.
Okay, so how would you sum up what the number 2 kind of represents at its core?
I think the easiest way to think about the number 2 is like the opposite of the number 1.
Okay.
So if the number 1 is like that bold individualist just charging ahead,
Right.
the number 2 is all about seeking balance through partnership, through understanding, through creating harmony. It's like the yin to the number 1's yang.
I like that. So if the number 1 is all about me, the number 2 is saying, hey, let's make this a we situation.
Exactly. It's about recognizing that interconnectedness, that we're stronger together. And you really see that playing out in a lot of the strengths of a number 2. They're often gifted with diplomacy, with empathy. They have a knack for cooperation.
They're like the ones who walk into a room and just like sense if something's off. Like they've got that sixth sense for keeping things harmonious.
Precisely. Think about that friend we all have, right? The one who can smooth over any conflict.
Oh, yeah.
Offer a listening ear without judgment and somehow bring people together just like effortlessly.
Right.
They might not be the loudest voice in the room, but their presence is calming, it's grounding, and they genuinely value creating that sense of unity.
It's funny because when you describe it that way, it makes me wonder, can these strengths ever become weaknesses? Like, is there a point where always prioritizing harmony could kind of backfire?
That's a really, really insightful question, and it gets to the heart of kind of the duality of the number 2.
Okay.
Because yes, while these qualities are incredible strengths, they can become potential pitfalls if they're not sort of, kept in check.
Okay, so spill the tea. Tell us about the potential downsides.
Well, imagine someone so focused on keeping the peace that they avoid necessary confrontations.
Ooh.
Or someone so sensitive to everyone else's needs that they constantly put themselves last.
Yeah.
These are the shadows of those like really amazing strengths.
So someone who's always trying to please everyone, even at the expense of their own needs, oof, I can see how that could lead to some sticky situations.
Exactly. And over time, this pattern can lead to indecisiveness, to putting up with things they shouldn't, even an overdependence on others for validation.
Right.
And that natural empathy, while a superpower, also makes them more vulnerable to feeling insecure or taking criticism like really to heart.
Okay, so self-awareness is key here.
Yes.
It's about understanding those tendencies and finding that balance so they don't end up feeling drained or taken advantage of. Right?
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. Self-care is just as important as caring for others. And that leads us to like the really juicy stuff, relationships.
Okay.
How does the number 2 navigate this complex dance of connection with others?
Right, because you've got this whole compatibility chart here.
We do.
And it seems like no stone is left unturned.
Yeah.
Love, friendships, work, family, even spirituality.
It's all covered.
It's all covered.
It really does cover it all. And I think what's so fascinating is that it goes beyond just like those simple compatibility scores.
Yeah.
It delves into the why behind those ratings.
Right.
So instead of just saying, oh, a 2 and a 5 are doomed in love, it's like, let's understand the energy of those pairings.
Right, which is way more helpful than just getting like a random percentage with no context, right?
Totally.
Yeah.
It's about understanding the nuances of each number and how they interact.
Yeah.
So for example, the chart mentions that the number 2 and number 5 pairing can be challenging because the 2 craves stability while that 5 thrives on change.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean it can't work.
Right. So rather than looking at it as like a recipe for disaster, it's more about understanding those core differences and figuring out if you can create a rhythm that works for both people.
Exactly.
Okay.
And that applies to all relationships, not just romantic ones.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm hooked.
Okay.
Let's dive into some specific pairings.
Okay.
Starting with love and romance. You won't be surprised to hear that 2 number 2s together are highly compatible. They just get each other.
Right.
They both prioritize harmony, emotional connection, so it's a very nurturing, supportive bond.
Yeah, it's like looking in a mirror and finally seeing someone who understands the language of your soul.
Exactly. They share those core values, that deep empathy.
Right.
But the chart also hints at a potential pitfall here.
Because because both partners might avoid confrontation.
Right.
Those unresolved issues could kind of simmer beneath the surface.
So even in a match made in numerological heaven,
Yeah.
communication is still key.
Absolutely. Harmony is beautiful, but not at the expense of honest communication.
Right, right.
Now, when it comes to other compatible pairings,
Okay.
you've got the number 6.
Okay.
They get a big thumbs up.
Okay, I'm intrigued. What is it about the 2 and the 6 that makes for such a harmonious match?
Well, both the 2 and the 6 are deeply emotional, they're nurturing, and they place a high value on family and creating kind of a stable, loving home.
Yeah, they seem to share very similar values, always a good sign in my book.
Absolutely. The way I see it is the 2 is drawn to the 6's sense of responsibility, their dedication,
Okay.
while the 6 appreciates the 2's empathy and compassion.
Right.
They bring out the best in each other, creating this feedback loop of mutual support.
So it's not just about shared values, but also like a deep appreciation for each other's strengths.
Yes.
Okay, we've got the 2 with another 2, the 2 with the 6.
Yeah.
Who else is swimming in the compatibility pool with the number 2?
You know, it might surprise you, but the number 4,
Okay.
known for being grounded and dependable,
Okay.
is considered highly compatible with the number 2 as well.
I can see that.
Yeah.
They both seem to value stability and security, but tell me more about the why.
Okay.
What is it about their energies that just like click?
So from what I've gathered, both the 4 and the 2 prioritize trust and mutual respect.
Okay.
The 4 finds comfort in the 2's emotional depth, their nurturing qualities,
Right.
while the 2 appreciates the 4's stability and practicality.
Right.
It's a pairing that's like built on solid ground.
Interesting. So they each bring something like unique to the table, but those core values are aligned?
Yes.
That makes a lot of sense. What about some of the pairings that might require a bit more work? You mentioned the 2 and the 5 can be a bit of a roller coaster ride, right?
You could say that adventurous, freedom-seeking 5
Yeah.
can be a lot for the sensitive, stability-seeking 2 to handle.
So you've got one person craving that sense of adventure, always on the move,
Right.
and the other wanting to create like a cozy, stable home base.
Yes.
That sounds like a recipe for some serious friction.
It can be,
Yeah.
but remember, no relationship is doomed from the start.
Right.
With effort and understanding.
Sure.
This pairing can absolutely find its rhythm.
Okay, so what would that kind of compromise look like?
Well, it might involve the 2 learning to embrace spontaneity,
Yeah.
being more open to new experiences.
Okay.
And for the 5, it's about understanding the 2's need for reassurance and stability.
Right.
It's like a crash course in communication
Mhm.
and finding that sweet spot where both people feel seen and appreciated.
So it's about creating a dance floor big enough for both partners to shine. Okay, what about the number 3?
Okay.
They seem like they'd bring a lot of fun to the table.
Yeah.
But how do they fare with the 2?
That's a great point. You're right. Number 3s are known for their kind of vibrant energy.
Yeah.
And when it comes to compatibility, this pairing is actually considered quite positive.
Really?
Yeah.
Tell me more about what makes the 2 and 3 tick.
Well, the 2's emotional depth and the 3's creativity can be a really fun, vibrant mix.
Yeah.
The 3 helps the 2 lighten up and embrace their playful side,
Okay.
while the 2 provides a sense of emotional grounding for the 3.
I could totally see that working.
Yeah.
They each bring something the other might be missing, but I'm guessing no pairing is without its potential challenges.
Of course not, yeah.
What do we need to watch out for with this one?
So the chart does mention that the 3's carefree nature,
Yeah.
while part of their charm, could clash with the 2's need for security.
So open communication about those needs, right?
Yes.
Making sure they're on the same page when it comes to things like, commitment.
Exactly. It's about finding that balance between independence and intimacy. Now, when it comes to pairings, that might require a bit more finesse. The 2 and the 7 are an interesting match. The 7, known for being introspective and intellectual, might seem a bit distant to the emotionally driven 2.
That tracks. 7s are known for needing their space, right?
Yes.
While 2s are all about connection.
Exactly.
How do they navigate those different needs?
That's the million-dollar question.
Right.
The key is for the 2 to understand that the 7's need for solitude isn't personal. It's just how they recharge. And the 7 needs to make an effort to kind of come out of their shell and be emotionally present for the two.
So it's about respecting each other's differences and finding ways to bridge the gap?
Yes.
This is fascinating.
It is, yeah.
I feel like we could do a whole deep dive just on, like, relationship compatibility.
No, right?
But we've still got those master numbers to explore.
Oh, yes. And trust me, this is where things get really interesting.
All right.
Ready to dive into the world of the 11, the 22, and the 33.
Let's do it. I'm all ears. For those of us who might need a little refresher, what makes master numbers so special in numerology?
So think of master numbers as like the amplified versions of the single-digit numbers.
Okay.
They carry more intensity, more potential, but also more responsibility.
Those are like the overachievers of the numerology world.
Exactly. They're here to shake things up.
Okay.
We've got the 11, often associated with intuition and a deep connection to the spiritual realm.
Okay.
Then there's the 22, the builder, the manifester.
Oh, wait.
They're all about taking those big ideas and making them a reality.
Right.
And finally, the 33, the master teacher, known for incredible compassion and a desire to kind of uplift humanity.
Wow, those are some powerful energies.
They are.
So how does the number 2, which is all about harmony and cooperation, interact with those powerhouse numbers?
That's what I find so fascinating.
Yeah.
The number 2 pairs incredibly well with all the master numbers.
Seriously?
Yeah.
That seems counterintuitive. I'd think those master numbers would, like, steamroll right over the peaceful 2.
You'd think so, right?
Yeah.
But it's all about balance.
Oh, okay.
Those master numbers can benefit greatly from the 2's grounded, harmonious energy.
Right.
It's like the 2 provides a stable foundation for those big dreams and visions to take root.
Okay, my mind is blown. Let's break down each pairing.
Okay.
Starting with the 2 and the 11. What makes them so compatible?
So remember how we talked about the 11 being highly intuitive and spiritual?
Yeah.
Well, the 2, with their deep empathy and ability to create a safe space for emotional expression,
Right.
is like the perfect sounding board for the 11's insights.
It's like they speak the same language, even if they express it differently.
Exactly. The 11 brings the inspiration, the big picture thinking,
Right.
and the 2 helps ground those ideas.
Okay.
Now, like any pairing, there are always potential pitfalls. The chart notes that both the 2 and the 11 are sensitive souls.
Okay.
They can be prone to taking things personally, which could lead to misunderstandings.
So clear communication is even more important in this pairing.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And because both numbers can be a bit dreamy and idealistic,
Right.
they might need to make a conscious effort to stay grounded in reality, especially when it comes to making like important decisions.
Good point. It's like they need to balance each other out, make sure they aren't getting too lost in their own little world.
I like that, yeah.
Okay, let's move on to the 2 and the 22, that master builder energy.
Okay, so this pairing is fascinating. Think about it. The 22 is all about creating lasting structures, a business, a family, a legacy.
Right.
They're ambitious and driven, and they need someone who can kind of support those big dreams.
Ah, I see. So the 20 provides the emotional support, the stability,
Yes.
and the encouragement that the 22 needs to thrive.
Exactly. The 20 isn't intimidated by the 22's ambition.
Right.
In fact, they find it inspiring. And the 22, in turn, appreciates the 2's unwavering support and ability to create a loving, harmonious home base.
It's like a power couple,
Yeah,
but in a way that feels balanced and supportive rather than competitive.
exactly. And that brings us to our final pairing, the 2 and the 33.
Okay.
Remember, the 33 is the master teacher, the compassionate healer.
Yes, they're the ones with a heart of gold, right?
That's the one. This pairing is all about compassion, empathy, and a shared desire to kind of make the world a better place.
Oh,
They connect on a soul level.
yeah.
The 2 is drawn to the 33's big heart,
Right.
and the 33 appreciates the 2's ability to create a harmonious, loving space.
It sounds like a very heart-centered connection.
It is.
But even with all that heart-centered energy, are there any challenges for this pairing to watch out for?
The chart mentions that both the 2 and the 33 can be prone to self-sacrifice.
Okay.
They're natural givers
Right.
and can easily forget to prioritize their own needs.
So setting boundaries is crucial, making sure they're taking care of themselves just as much as they're taking care of others.
Exactly. It's about finding that balance between giving and receiving.
Right.
And that's something that the 2 and the 33 can learn from each other.
Right. Absolutely.
Okay, so we've covered those intense master number pairing in the context of romantic compatibility. But I think it's important to remember that these dynamics can play out in all kinds of relationships.
Right.
Friendships, work, even family.
Right. Because it's not always about finding your soulmate.
Exactly.
Sometimes it's about understanding those other important connections in our lives.
Yes.
Are you ready to dive into those dynamics?
Let's do it.
Okay, so we've explored the number 2 in love, but what about those other heart connections, the friends, the colleagues, even the family members who kind of color our world? How do these master number dynamics play out in those relationships?
It's fascinating, isn't it? The energy of these pairings kind of shifts depending on like the context of the relationship. Like imagine the 11 with all their intuitive insights and big ideas trying to navigate the world of friendships. They can sometimes feel misunderstood.
Yeah.
Like they're on a different wavelength.
Yeah, I know a few 11s, and they're absolutely brilliant,
Yes.
but they definitely have their own unique way of seeing the world.
Exactly. And that's where a 2 can be such a gift to an 11. They offer that non-judgmental listening ear, that safe space for the 11 to be themselves.
Okay.
Quirks and all. It's a friendship that thrives on validation and encouragement.
It's like the 2 is the calm harbor in the 11's sometimes turbulent sea of emotions.
I love that analogy. And it's a two-way street. You know, the 11 isn't just there to be understood.
Right.
They challenge the 2 to think bigger, to tap into their own intuition,
Okay.
and maybe even embrace their spiritual side a little more.
It's a beautiful thing when friendships help us grow. What about a 2 and a 22 pairing in the friendship realm?
Now, that's a dynamic duo right there.
Right.
The 22, with their big visions and ambitious goals, can sometimes forget to slow down and smell the roses. They need someone to remind them that life's not just about the destination. It's about the journey, too. And that's where the 2 comes in.
They're the voice of reason.
Yes.
The friend who knows how to, like, gently guide that 22 energy back down to earth when needed.
Spot on. They provide that grounding, supportive presence that allows the 22 to kind of stay focused and balanced,
Right.
even when things get chaotic. Plus, they genuinely appreciate the 22's ambition and can offer practical support to help them achieve those big goals.
It's like having a personal cheerleader who also knows how to make a killer to-do list.
Yes.
That's a recipe for success. What about the 2 and 33 friendship dynamic? They both seem so kind-hearted.
Yeah.
Imagine that's a very sweet connection.
You're right. There's a lot of heart in this pairing.
Yeah.
Both the 2 and the 33 are incredibly compassionate, always thinking about others.
Yeah.
And you know what they say? Like attracts like.
Yeah.
So it's no surprise these 2 would find each other and build a strong bond based on shared values.
You might find them volunteering together, organizing charity events, just generally spreading kindness wherever they go.
Exactly. They inspire each other to make a difference in the world.
Oh.
Okay, so we've covered friendships.
Yes.
Let's step into the workplace.
Okay.
How do these master number pairings play out in a professional setting? Things can get pretty interesting.
Right. Imagine those big personalities trying to navigate deadlines and, like, office politics.
Right.
So tell me, what happens when you put a 2 and an 11 together on a project?
Well, picture this. The 11, with their intuitive understanding of people and their visionary ideas,
Right.
is probably drawn to fields like counseling, teaching, or maybe even creative leadership roles.
Makes sense. They've got that natural ability to connect with people on a deeper level. But
Yes.
how does the 2-2 fit into that dynamic at work?
The 2 is the one who can take those big picture 11 ideas and kind of translate them into actionable steps.
Okay.
They excel at diplomacy, creating a harmonious work environment,
Right.
and making sure everyone feels heard and valued.
It's like they provide the structure and support that allows the 11's creativity to flourish in a practical way.
Yes.
What about the 2 and the 22 in a work setting? They both seem pretty goal-oriented.
Now that's a power pairing. You've got the 22, the master builder, often drawn to leadership roles or entrepreneurial ventures. They're here to make a big impact.
And the 2, they're the ones making sure the trains run on time.
Yes.
Keeping everything from going off the rails.
Exactly. The 2 is happy to be the behind-the-scenes hero, managing the day-to-day operations, fostering teamwork, and ensuring the 22's vision becomes like a tangible reality.
Okay, I'm seeing a theme here. Master number brings the big dreams. Number 2 helps bring those dreams down to earth.
Yes, I like it.
What about the 2 and the 33 in the workplace?
Get ready for some heart-centered collaboration.
Yeah.
This pairing thrives in environments where they can make a positive impact on the world.
Okay.
Think nonprofits, social work, education, anything that involves nurturing, healing, or uplifting others.
They must be amazing to work with, so passionate and driven by a shared purpose.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've covered love, friendships, work, and, we can't wrap this deep dive without talking about family.
Right, because family's a whole other ball game.
Exactly.
So paint me a picture. What's it like having a 2 and an 11 as parents?
Well, think about it. The 11 parent, with their intuitive nature, might just get their kids on a level other parents can't even imagine. They understand those unspoken emotions, those big dreams that haven't fully formed into words yet.
They're like the parent who always knows the right thing to say, even when their kid doesn't know how to say it themselves.
Exactly. And the parent brings that incredible stability and unconditional love to the table. They create that safe haven where kids feel comfortable being their authentic selves.
It's like having a direct line to emotional support, 24/7.
Yes.
Pretty awesome. Okay, how about the 2 and the 22 as a parental pair?
This is where things get really interesting. You've got the 22 parent, ambitious and driven.
Yeah.
Probably the one encouraging their kids to shoot for the stars and pursue their passions with everything they've got.
Pushing their kids to be the best they can be,
Yes.
even if it means stepping outside their comfort zones.
Absolutely. And that's not a bad thing. But that's why the two parents' presence is so crucial in this dynamic.
Okay.
They're the ones who create that soft place to land, that loving and supportive home environment where kids can be vulnerable and kind of process all that big 22 energy.
It's a reminder that even with all the best intentions, kids need a balance of support and challenge to truly thrive.
Yes.
What about the 2 and the 33 as parents? I imagine that's a home filled with a lot of love.
You said it. This pairing creates a nurturing environment where empathy and compassion are the guiding principles.
Oh.
The 33 parent leads with their heart, always putting their children's needs first and making them feel deeply loved for who they are.
And the 2 parent complements that energy
By creating that space for open communication and emotional honesty. They're the ones who always have time for a heart-to-heart, who teach their kids the importance of kindness and understanding.
Wow, we've really gone deep on this one. So, as we start to wrap up this deep dive into the world of the number 2,
Yeah.
what are some key takeaways?
Oh.
Especially when it comes to those master number relationships.
I think the biggest takeaway is this. Harmony isn't about one person dimming their light to let the other one shine brighter.
Okay.
It's about finding that sweet spot where both people feel supported, valued, and empowered to be their best selves.
It's about recognizing that we all have different strengths. When those strengths come together in a spirit of understanding, incredible things can happen. So, to all our listeners out there, we'll leave you with this. Take a moment to consider the 2s in your life.
Yeah.
How do their strengths and challenges show up in your interactions? And how can you use this newfound understanding of numerology to deepen those connections and create more harmony in your own life?
Welcome back, everyone. We're diving into the world of numerology today, specifically the number 3.
Yeah, 3 is going to be a fun one.
It is. If you've ever felt a burst of creativity or just this urge to express yourself,
Oh, yeah.
this deep dive is for you. So let's break that down a bit. When we're talking about the number 3 specifically, what kind of energy are we talking about? What does it bring to the table?
The number 3 is all about self-expression,
Okay.
creativity, and this almost contagious joy. It's about embracing life with enthusiasm and inspiring other people to do the same.
Oh, I like that.
Think about artists who just captivate you with their work, musicians that move you with their melodies, or even just that friend, who can light up a room with their laughter.
Right.
They often embody this really vibrant energy of the number 3.
So it's not even just being creative yourself.
Right.
It's that creative energy spills over into everything you do and everyone around you.
Exactly. It's contagious, that enthusiasm. It draws people in.
Yeah.
Makes 3s natural communicators, often the life of the party.
They are. They really are. It's true.
Yeah. And they make other people feel comfortable expressing themselves, too.
Oh, that's a good point. I'm picturing that friend who always has the best stories.
Yes.
And can just start talking to anyone.
Absolutely.
But okay, let's be real. There's got to be a flip side, right?
Yeah.
Our sources mentioned some downsides too.
Of course.
Don't sugarcoat it. Give it to us straight.
Okay, well, imagine this. You are bursting with ideas, constantly inspired to start new projects, chase new adventures.
Sounds amazing.
Sounds exciting, right? But this boundless energy,
Yeah.
it can also lead to a lack of focus.
Oh, no.
And it can be difficult to see things through to the end.
I know that one.
Right. It's like starting a dozen projects
Yeah.
and finishing maybe 2.
Me too, yeah.
Yeah, it's a classic.
Been there.
And then there's the challenge of commitment.
Ooh, commitment.
This isn't to say that threes aren't capable of deep connections, because they are, but that inherent desire for novelty, their aversion to conflict, might make long-term commitments, whether it's relationships, careers, a little bit more challenging.
So it's kind of like walking that tightrope, right?
Yeah.
Between that like vibrant energy and then figuring out how to channel it in a way that actually works.
Find that balance.
Finding that balance. It's not easy, right?
Not always, no.
So we've got this like creative, expressive energy, maybe a little scattered sometimes.
Maybe a tad, yeah.
How does that turn into like real world strengths? It's not all chaos.
Not at all.
Okay, good.
One of the most remarkable strengths of the number 3 is that it attracts opportunities.
What?
It's true, especially in creative fields.
Really?
And this isn't just luck. It's about putting yourself out there,
Okay.
radiating that contagious enthusiasm,
Yeah.
and naturally drawing people in, drawing situations in that resonate with your energy.
So it's like that thing, what you put out to the universe.
Comes right back at you. Exactly.
Right. I can see that.
And for threes, what they put out is this vibrant, creative energy. And it often translates to being in the right place at the right time, meeting the right people, stumbling upon opportunities that really align with their passions.
Okay, that makes sense. But you keep saying creative fields. Does that mean that someone with like strong number 3 energy wouldn't thrive in, say, like a super structured corporate type of job?
Not necessarily. While the number 3 might find its like greatest fulfillment in those expressive outlets.
Like art, music?
Exactly. Art, music, writing. But its core strengths, communication, charisma, the ability to inspire those, are valuable assets in any field.
That's true. That's true.
But finding a role that allows for creativity and autonomy, that's going to be essential for a 3 to really thrive, even in a more traditional setting.
So it's about finding that sweet spot, regardless of your career path, where you can actually be yourself,
Absolutely.
where you can express yourself authentically.
100%.
Okay, I love that. This is where it gets really interesting for me, how the number 3's energy plays out in relationships.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so let's start with love.
Okay.
What happens when our energetic 3 pairs up with, say, a freedom-loving 5?
Ooh, buckle up.
Here we go.
That is a combination known for whirlwind romances and just this thirst for adventure.
Oh, wow.
They encourage each other to embrace spontaneity, try new things, live life to the fullest. Think impromptu trips.
Yes.
Exploring new hobbies together.
Ooh.
A constant sense of excitement.
It's like, are you even really living if you're not?
Right.
Right.
Exactly. It's a passionate pairing for sure.
That sounds amazing, but is it sustainable?
That's the question.
Because our source mentioned some challenges with this pairing, too.
Right. And this is where, that challenge with consistency comes in.
Oh, yeah. We talked about that.
Yeah, you multiply that by 2.
Oh, no.
For this pairing to thrive long-term, they need to find a balance between chasing that next thrill and also nurturing the foundation of their relationship.
Oh, that's important.
Otherwise, they risk, burning bright and fast, but then ultimately just fizzling out.
Oh, I don't like that.
Yeah, it can be tough.
A cautionary tale, but wrapped in a roller coaster. How about a pairing that's maybe a little more grounded? Like, what about the 3 and the stability-seeking 2?
Ooh, no, that's an interesting one.
Right.
The 2 brings this nurturing, harmonious energy
Okay.
that can be so grounding for the free-spirited 3.
I can see that.
They crave emotional connection. They want to create this cozy, stable home life.
So it's like the 3 comes home from their adventure-filled day, and the 2 is there to listen, provide comfort.
Yes, they're ready with open arms and a listening ear.
I love it. That sounds lovely.
It can be really beautiful.
But are there challenges? Because, there's always...
Of course, there are always challenges.
Right.
Challenges can come up if the 2 starts to feel neglected.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see that.
By the 3's, constant need for external stimulation.
Right.
Or if the 3 starts to feel stifled by the 2's need for routine.
Oh, interesting.
So it's about, again, that theme, open communication.
Communication, always key.
Absolutely. To make sure both partners feel loved and fulfilled.
Balance and communication.
2 very important things.
Right. Okay, last one in the love department.
Mm.
The 3 and the ambitious, driven number 8. That just seems like it could go either way.
Oh, absolutely. It could go either way.
Right.
This is a dynamic pairing, though.
Okay.
It has the potential for incredible success. Or,
Epic clashes.
epic clashes,
That's
exactly.
what I was thinking.
The three's creativity can really fuel the eight's ambition.
Okay.
And the eight's drive can help the three actually, bring their wildest ideas to life.
I mean, that sounds like a power couple in the making.
Right. A force to be reckoned with.
But I'm looking at our compatibility chart here, and the challenges section makes it sound like a power struggle is almost inevitable.
Yeah, it's definitely something to watch out for.
Okay.
The eight, often drawn to material success, recognition,
Right.
might struggle to understand or appreciate the three's more, shall we say, whimsical approach to life.
Yeah, they're free spirit.
Exactly. And the three, on the other hand, might feel stifled by the eight's need for control.
Interesting.
So there needs to be that mutual respect, willingness to compromise for this pairing to really, truly work.
Mutual respect, compromise. I feel like we're seeing some themes here.
Definitely some recurring themes.
Yeah. Okay, before we move on from relationships completely, talk about friendships.
Okay, yeah.
I'm curious about how the three interacts with the independent one and then also the more introspective seven.
Ooh, great choices.
Right.
The three and the one,
Yeah.
they can form a really powerful bond.
Okay.
It's based on mutual admiration and a shared drive for self-expression.
Oh, I love that.
They inspire each other to take risks, pursue those passions, celebrate their individuality.
That's the good stuff.
Yes, exactly. Think about those friends who encourage you to step outside your comfort zone.
Yeah.
Try something new. That's the one and the three dynamic.
Okay. I need more of those friends in my life.
Right. We all do.
But what about the power struggle? Because I feel like I can see how both of those numbers are a little bit,
A little competitive.
competitive. Yeah, they got a little bit of a streak.
A little bit of a streak. It's true.
Okay, so how does that play out?
So the one, known for their leadership qualities,
Yeah.
they need to make sure they're not, unintentionally overshadowing the three.
Right.
And the three needs to feel comfortable asserting their own needs, their own ideas, even if they're different from the ones.
Okay.
So it's finding that balance, again,
Goodness.
between collaboration and healthy competition.
I like that.
Right. It can be done.
Okay, what about the 3 and the 7? Because that seems like, I don't know, a bit of an odd couple pairing to me.
On the
Okay.
surface, yes, you're right. Right.
Because the 3 thrives on social interaction,
Yes.
external stimulation.
Yeah.
Whereas the 7 prefers quiet contemplation, kind of delving into their inner world.
Right. They're very different.
Very different.
Yeah.
But that difference, honestly, that's where the magic lies.
Okay. Tell me more.
The 3 can help the 7 loosen up, have some fun, connect with others on a lighter level.
Yeah. Get out of their shell a little bit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the 7 can offer the 3 a fresh perspective, a deeper understanding of themselves, a safe space to process their emotions.
Oh, wow.
It can be a really beautiful, give and take.
They balance each other out in a way that they couldn't if they were more alike.
Exactly. Those differences actually bring them closer.
That's a good point. Okay, last but not least, let's talk about careers and this whole other world of master numbers. Master numbers add a whole other layer of complexity. It's not just about the 1, 2, or 3 anymore. We're talking 11, 22, 33 amplified energy.
Yeah, it's a whole different ballgame with master numbers.
Yes.
Right.
They represent a heightened spiritual path.
Okay.
And their influence can be really profound. They carry the potential for great wisdom, great accomplishment,
Yeah.
but also, intense challenges.
Of course. Got to keep it balanced. Okay, so let's dive into some specific examples.
Let's do it.
What happens when the expressive 3
Yeah.
crosses paths with the intuitive 11
Okay.
in a love connection?
This is a pairing that has the potential for a deeply spiritual connection.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
The 11, often drawn to, matters of the soul,
Yeah.
driven by this desire to understand life's deeper meaning,
Okay.
might find a kindred spirit in the expressive, open-hearted 3.
Sounds kind of like a soulmate connection.
The 11's tendency towards introspection, their need to really delve deep into their emotions.
Yeah.
That might feel a little overwhelming for the more, lighthearted 3. And the 3's desire for spontaneity, that external stimulation, might clash with the 11's need for quiet reflection.
So finding that balance between the lighthearted fun, but then also having those deep, meaningful conversations.
Exactly. It's about honoring both of those sides.
Finding that balance. Again, we're back to balance.
Balance is key.
Okay, let's shift gears to friendships.
All right.
How about the 3 and that ambitious master number 22?
Ooh, the 22.
What happens when those two energies collide in a platonic way.
This is where we see the power of manifestation in action. The 22 is all about turning dreams into reality, often on a grand scale.
I like it.
They're the builders, the visionaries. They see the potential for a better world, and they're driven to actually make it happen. And who better to partner with on that mission than the ever-inspiring, idea-generating number 3?
Okay, I can already see them like brainstorming world-changing ideas over late-night coffee.
Oh, absolutely. Whiteboards, late-night brainstorming sessions.
But our trusty chart does mention some, potential pitfalls.
Right.
Even in this friendship.
Of course, because nothing's perfect.
Right.
The 22's laser focus on their goals,
Yeah.
that unwavering determination that might clash a little bit with the 3's more, laid back.
Go with the flow.
Go with the flow, exactly.
Approach to life.
Right. Imagine the 22, like, meticulously planning every step of this grand plan.
Yeah.
And the 3 is like, hey, what if we just, take a little detour?
Let's just see what happens.
Exactly. Let's just throw a dart at the map and go wherever it lands.
Oh, man. I feel like that's a recipe for, some comedic tension.
A little bit of friction.
Maybe not the most productive work environment.
Maybe not, but definitely entertaining for those observing.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. So flexibility, understanding are key on both sides. It's all about meeting in the middle.
Okay, one last master number pairing before we wrap things up. Let's talk about the 3 and the compassionate 33.
Okay, the 3 and the 33.
This time in, a work setting.
All right, let's do it.
What happens when these two forces for good, join forces?
Oh, get ready for some serious positive impact.
Okay.
The 33 embodies compassion, empathy,
Yeah.
a deep-seated desire to heal the world.
I love it.
Combine that with the 3's natural creativity, their ability to inspire.
All right.
You've got a recipe for some serious innovation.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Think social entrepreneurship, the arts, any profession that's focused on really making a difference.
Okay, so it's like their powers combine to make the world more beautiful, more joyful.
Precisely. They amplify each other's strengths.
I like it. I like it.
But as with any pairing, there can be challenges. The 33's unwavering commitment to their vision.
That might feel a little overwhelming for the, again, more lighthearted 3.
Yeah.
And the 3 might struggle to keep up with the 33's, shall we say, relentless pace.
So again, healthy boundaries, making sure that their work styles are actually compatible.
Communication is key, as always.
Right. Wow. Okay, we covered so much in this deep dive.
I know, right? It's a lot to take in.
The core essence of the number 3, the strengths, the challenges, how it interacts with other numbers, love, friendship, work.
It's a crash course in the number 3.
Today, we are diving deep into those numerical connections, specifically the number 4.
Oh, interesting.
And more importantly, more specifically, really, how it interacts with other numbers. Okay, so picture this, right? The number 4. It's that friend, the one who always has that meticulously organized calendar.
Oh, I know that friend.
They're the one you go to for advice, always for the practical stuff, right?
Yeah.
The ones who are always down to help you build that bookshelf from, those instructions.
The really complicated ones.
The ones with pictures only.
Reliable.
Right.
Absolutely. That's the 4. And all that inherent, that natural reliability, it plays a huge role in how 4s approach all kinds of relationships. So, for instance, let's imagine how a 4 might connect with a 1, the leader type, romantically.
Ooh, a power couple.
Right.
Conquering goals.
Yeah. But our source hints at some potential bumps in the road for this pair.
Really? For those two?
Yeah.
What's the inside scoop? What's it say?
So you've got the 1, right? Driven by ambition, wants to break new ground, be spontaneous.
Makes sense.
But the 4, they find comfort in routine. Predictability is their thing.
Right. Very different.
Yeah, and that difference can cause some friction.
Oh, I see.
Like a tug of war between, wanting that freedom and structure.
Okay, so it's not doomed, but it takes effort.
Precisely. Finding a balance is key. Yes. The 1 might need to, appreciate the stability the 4 brings.
Grounding energy, yeah.
And the 4, well, they could maybe use a bit more flexibility.
A little give and take.
Exactly.
I like it. Now, what about, the 4 and the 2? That feels good, right? On the surface, at least.
It does. It does. The 2 is the peacemaker, brings that calming energy.
Oh, good balance for the 4.
Right. So imagine this. The 4 gets home from a long day. Maybe they organize their entire sock drawer. I don't know.
That's about right. Very 4.
And they come home to the 2, who's all about that warmth, that emotional support.
A natural fit.
It really is.
Yeah.
The 2 brings that softness, you know?
He softens the edges a bit.
Helps them listen up, because we all know how a 4 can get about the right way to do things.
Oh, yeah. Definitely set in their ways.
And the 2 encourages them to embrace the feeling, you know?
Yeah.
Be a little flexible.
Important. Okay, so speaking of unexpected pairings, though, how about the 4 and the 5, our adventurer?
Ooh, that's a good one.
That, to me, feels like recipe for disaster.
It can be a wild ride. Picture this, okay? The 4 has meticulously planned, and I mean meticulously, planned a weekend getaway.
Oh, no. I see where this is going.
And the 5 has other plans, like last-minute flight to a totally different country kind of plans.
Oh, the 4 would not handle that well.
No, they would not. You've got the 4 wanting predictability, and the 5. They're all about that spontaneity.
So are they doomed?
Not necessarily. Compromise. Lots of compromise.
It's possible, but not easy.
The 4 needs to, again, embrace a little spontaneity, and the 5 could benefit from a little structure. It's about that middle ground.
Finding that balance, like
Well-
always. Now let's switch gears a bit. Talk about a pairing that feels, I don't know, a little more natural. The 4 and the 6, our nurturer.
Oh, they're great together.
Hmm.
All about building a strong foundation. They both, the 4 and the 6, prioritize family. Stability, a harmonious home life, that's their thing.
They speak the same language.
They do. Commitment, creating a loving environment, it just works.
Homebody is at heart. I bet they make a fantastic and organized home.
Oh, absolutely.
They're successful creatively.
It's true. Imagine the 4 planning a whole home renovation.
Yeah.
Every detail accounted for.
I can see it now.
And the 6, they come in with that artistic touch, that attention to detail.
It's a good pairing, inspiring and supporting each other. Okay, last one for this section, and this one really intrigues me. The 4 and the 7.
Now, that is an interesting one.
It feels like a mismatch, you know?
You've got the 4, practical, grounded,
Mm.
and the 7, introspective, always seeking knowledge.
Right, like an unlikely pair, but they can have a deep connection.
Oh, yeah. I don't get it. 7s are always in their head. The 4 is all about action.
You're right on the money there. The 7, they're all about knowledge, deeper meaning, but yeah, they get lost in their own world. The 4, though, they bring those abstract ideas back down to earth.
Grounding force, part 2. Exactly. It's like, and I love this analogy from the number 4. The 7 plants the seeds of knowledge, and the 4, they're the soil, the structure for those ideas to grow.
I love that. Differences, not conflict. But gotta be honest, this feels like another communication is key situation.
Oh, absolutely. The 4 needs to be patient, because the 7, they overthink everything.
Classic.
But the 7 can benefit from the 4's, let's call it a pragmatic approach.
Makes sense.
It's a dance, but when it works, it's beautiful.
All right, so last time we were talking about the number 4 and how it interacts with, other numbers.
Right. Compatibility.
Exactly. And we talked about those single-digit numbers, but
We have to talk about the master numbers.
master numbers. Talk about, whoa, a plot twist. These are like next level, right?
Master numbers are different. Yeah, it's like they have this amplified energy,
Oh, yeah.
a totally different vibration, higher,
Right.
they're operating on a whole other level. I mean, when I say it,
Yeah.
bringing this intense, intuition and ambition.
Intense is a good word.
Definitely. And purpose, too, this strong sense of purpose.
Yeah. When they get together with the number 4,
Things get interesting.
things get interesting as an understatement. Okay, so let's start with 11.
Visionary.
The visionary. Oh, yeah. I'm already picturing some fireworks with this one. Big dreamer meets the builder. What happens?
So picture this, okay? You walk into a workshop, and the 11 is there, just bursting with ideas.
I can see it.
Blueprints everywhere for inventions, world-changing inventions.
Fueled by pure inspiration, right?
Exactly. But maybe, just maybe, the practical details aren't totally worked out yet.
Okay.
And that is where the 4 comes in, sleeves rolled up, ready to make it happen.
So the 4 brings 11's big dreams back down to earth.
In a nutshell, they call the 4 the architect.
Ooh, I like that.
To the 11's visionary artist. So the 11 has the concept, the emotion, the big picture.
Makes sense.
And the 4 turns it into something real, something tangible.
But there's got to be a catch, right?
There's always a catch, right?
Right,
The
yeah.
4, they can get a little, controlling.
Oh, yeah. They love their plans.
Exactly. Too focused on the how-to, the logistics, they could stifle the 11.
It's about balance again.
Always about balance.
Perfect.
Got to support those big dreams without, clipping their wings.
Love that. Got to keep those wings free. Okay, how about another master number? The 4 and 22, the master builder.
Oh, now that is a power couple if I've ever seen one.
Right. This sounds like success on a massive scale.
Especially in business. Any big project, really. Imagine.
Mm.
The 22 walks in, lays out this huge vision.
Wow.
Sustainable community, eco-friendly everything, gardens, the whole 9 yards.
Wow.
They've got the charisma, the drive, that long-term vision. It's impressive.
Okay, I'm impressed.
Now, in walks the 4, and while everyone else is still processing,
Still trying to picture it all.
the 4 is already making budgets, timelines, mapping out all the logistics.
No way.
Oh yeah, they came prepared.
Talk about a dynamic duo, though, seriously. Both of them are in it for the long game.
They are. They are. They get it. Building something that lasts, that takes dedication, planning, a shared vision.
It's giving, like, empire-building energy, you know?
Totally. Both of these numbers, they're not afraid of a little hard work.
Makes sense.
They find that deep satisfaction seeing it all come together.
I love that. Okay, last master number, 4 and 33. The teacher. Now, this one feels tricky.
This one's interesting because it's about practicality, but also compassion.
Okay.
Think of the 33, right? So devoted to helping others, wants to build schools, alleviate poverty, all
Yeah.
that.
Huge heart, wants to make a real difference.
Their heart is overflowing, and the 4.
Yeah, the 4.
They're the ones who can actually make it happen.
I knew it!
The 33 might have the emotional fuel, the inspiration, but the 4, they've got the plans, they know how to create something that lasts.
So channeling that compassion into action.
Exactly. That's the magic of this pairing.
Wow. Okay, so we've got the 4, grounding force for these powerful master numbers, helping them take their incredible visions and actually make them real. It's amazing.
It is. It is. But you know me. Got to bring it back down to earth a bit.
Always. Love that about you. What about the 4 on its own then? What are they like? I mean, what are their strengths, their weaknesses, all that good stuff?
Oh, the number 4, we've talked about practicality, the work ethic, but it's more than that.
Okay.
It's that earth element. Again, they love nature. They're grounded, literally.
Right.
And loyal, super loyal. They're the friend who's always there for you, no matter what, shows up with a toolkit when your life is falling apart.
Ride or die. Love it. But come on, everyone's got their quirks. What about the 4?
Okay, so the 4, they can be stubborn.
No.
Oh, yeah, and change. They don't love it. Not always.
Why not?
They like things predictable, the routines. It's their comfort zone. Change is disruptive.
I guess that makes sense.
Right. And it's not that they don't want to grow or anything. They just want to know it's coming.
So it's about learning to loosen up a little, go with the flow.
That's the key for the 4. Finding that balance between structure, and being flexible.
Easier said than done sometimes.
For sure. For sure. But important for them. And you know what else? Self-care. They forget about that.
Oh, because they're so busy taking care of everything else.
Exactly. Always building, always planning. They need to remember to take care of themselves too.
Yeah, get outside, enjoy nature, right? That's a good one for them.
It is. It is. Anything that helps them relax, find a little joy, they deserve it.
All right, so we've covered a lot of ground, all about the number 4.
It's been fascinating.
It really has. But let's talk work, How does the 4 handle the workplace? All those different energies. It did say the 4 can work well with, well, almost anyone, really.
It's true. It's about finding that balance, remember?
Balance, always balance. So where should we start?
How about the 4 and the 3, that creative energy? Remember, we talked about that a little bit.
Yeah, the 3, always coming up with the big ideas.
And the 4, turning those ideas into something real.
It's like one's brainstorming, the other one's got the to-do list ready.
Exactly. Imagine the 3 is in a meeting, throwing out ideas, sketching on the whiteboard.
Full of passion, so much energy.
Right. And the 4 is there, listening, taking it all in.
And organizing it. I bet they're already making a plan in their head.
Oh, for sure. The 4 is all about making it happen, the how-to, remember.
Right, right. Good pairing for, like, innovative fields.
Definitely. Anything fast-paced, like tech, design,
Yeah.
even the culinary world.
Okay, so those industries that are always changing, always pushing boundaries.
Exactly. But, and this is important, communication is key. Got to make sure the 3 feels heard.
Otherwise, they'll feel stifled.
Right. And the 4 needs to loosen up a little, a little creative chaos. Never hurt anyone.
A little bit of chaos can be a good thing sometimes.
Sometimes you got to embrace it.
I like it. Okay, so what other power pairings stood out to you from the compatibility chart?
Ooh. How about the 4 and the 7 in, say, a research setting?
Okay, now that one feels a little counterintuitive, right? The 7, always in their head, and the 4, all about action.
It does seem like a mismatch, but trust me on this one.
Okay. Okay, you've piqued my curiosity, so paint me a picture. We're in a research lab now. What's happening?
Okay, so the 7, they're deep in their research, right? Analyzing data, connecting those dots that nobody else sees.
They're the ones who find the patterns.
Exactly. But sometimes they need help. communicating those insights.
Because they're so in their head, right?
Right. They need someone to translate all that brilliance, make it make sense for everyone else.
And that's where the 4 comes in, with their organizational skills and all that.
Precisely. The 4 can take those complex ideas, those groundbreaking discoveries, and present them in a way that people can actually understand.
So they're like the bridge between the 7's inner world and like the real world?
That's a great way to put it. They bring that sense of practicality, that groundedness.
Wow. Okay, I never would have thought of that pairing, but it makes so much sense.
It really does when you think about it.
This has been amazing. Seriously, eye-opening. The number 4, they're more complex than I thought.
Right. They're not just about the structure, the practicality, although that's definitely a big part of it.
For sure, but they bring so much to the table, especially in relationships, it seems like.
They do. They do. And, even if you're not a 4, understanding these dynamics.
It can be really helpful.
Absolutely. It gives you a new perspective on yourself, on the people around you. It's all about understanding, right?
I love that. So we've talked about compatibility, strengths, weaknesses, all of that. But what's the biggest takeaway for our listeners today?
I want them to remember that numerology, it's a tool,
Okay.
It's not about putting people in boxes, but about understanding those underlying energies.
Like a little cheat sheet for life.
Exactly. And the 4 reminds us, no matter what, build that solid foundation in your relationships, your work, your life. It's all connected.
Today we're going to be really honing in on the energy of the number 5.
I like it, honing in.
And more specifically, how it plays out in your life.
Yes.
We know you love to see the full picture, get all the juicy details.
Absolutely.
So, let's dive into the world of the 5. It's all about adventure and freedom and always, seeking new experiences.
It's that constant desire for more.
Yeah. I'm already intrigued. How about you?
Absolutely. And this is, I think, amplified by the fact that 5 is ruled by Mercury, the planet of communication, intellect. So you can already start to see how that kind of quick-wittedness, the way that 5s express themselves, how they connect with others.
Totally.
It all ties back to that mercurial energy.
And that tracks with what you're saying about how you're really drawn to writing and travel, which are both very Mercury-ruled realms. Like you have this built-in radar for anything new and exciting and intellectually stimulating.
Precisely. And that restless energy of Mercury translates into some incredible strengths for the 5. One that comes to mind, especially looking at your chart here, is adaptability.
Adaptability, yeah. The superpower of navigating change.
With grace.
Yes, with grace and even excitement. In fact, the material we have here points to an example, like imagine a sudden career shift. While, some people might panic, a 5 might see that as a thrilling chance to reinvent themselves.
Now that's resilience. And speaking of thrilling, let's talk about adventure, that adventurous spirit of the 5. You mentioned you're drawn to trying new foods, exploring different cultures.
Oh, absolutely. It's like wanderlust is baked into my DNA. It's not just about travel. It's that innate curiosity, the openness to new experiences in every aspect of life. It's like having that internal compass always pointed towards, like, what's new, what's exciting.
Always.
And speaking of which, another strength our notes highlight is communication.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Again, with Mercury as the ruling planet, 5s are often very, very gifted communicators.
Yeah.
They can articulate their thoughts in such a captivating way. It's effortless the way they draw people in.
Right.
And that charisma just lends itself so well to, storytelling. They can weave narratives that are both insightful and engaging. They have that natural ability.
And it's not just about talking. It's about genuinely connecting with others, which makes them, really great in social settings.
They're social butterflies.
Yeah, flitting from one conversation to the next, but in a good way. They're bringing that energy.
They are. And that's where I think that natural leadership starts to kind of...
Totally, yeah. 5s often fall into leadership roles.
They do, because they inspire, they motivate others.
Yeah, it's that infectious energy.
Yes.
They just bring it.
It's contagious.
It is. So it's not always about like formal titles or positions. It's just this innate ability to get people on board with a shared vision or even just, light up a room.
Think about it. Have you ever just like naturally taken the lead on a project or, brought people together through shared interests?
All the time.
There you go.
Okay, so next up on our list of 5 superpowers, being dynamic and energetic, but energy is practically woven into your numerological DNA, so it's not that surprising.
Right. It's like, it's almost expected, but it's that stark, that zest for life. It's inspiring to be around.
You bring a good energy to this deep dive, I'll tell you that.
Well, I try. I appreciate that.
But our notes mention that fives are natural innovators, like always challenging the status quo, pushing boundaries, seeing possibilities where others might just see roadblocks.
I think that entrepreneurial spirit,
Yeah.
And that reminds me, you mentioned your passion for photography
Yes.
and how you love capturing those unique perspectives and expressing yourself visually. That right there, that speaks volumes about that creative energy of the five.
Yeah, it's like that creative spark is always burning, driving you to explore and experiment and express yourself authentically.
100%.
And, that brings us to another piece of the five puzzle, right? It's that emphasis on personal growth.
Always evolving, learning, expanding their horizons.
It's like their whole existence is geared toward that. It's pretty cool, actually.
It is. It's about, not resisting the ebb and flow of life, but learning how to ride the waves and coming out stronger, wiser.
Okay, that's a beautiful way to put it. But let's be real, it can't all be sunshine and rainbows, right? Like
Yeah.
the material also mentions some challenges that come with being a five, right? I mean, any powerful force needs a little bit of balance.
Precisely. Every strength has its shadows. And for the five, one of the most common struggles is that very restlessness we were just talking about.
That inner engine that's always humming, making it hard to slow down, relax, commit.
Exactly. It can be hard to just be in the moment sometimes.
Yeah.
And that can manifest in so many ways.
Totally.
You mentioned, for example, that you find it difficult to stick to a routine.
Oh, tell me about it. It's like my to-do list has a to-do list.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's a classic example of how that five energy can play out.
Yeah.
And for some, it might be difficulty finishing projects
Yeah.
because they're always on to the next exciting thing. For others, it might show up in their relationships, that fear of confinement, needing space, making commitment a challenge.
That's so interesting, though, because the fives, they crave connection, right? They excel in social settings, but they still have that deep need for independence.
It is. It's that dance, right?
Yeah.
Finding that balance between freedom and commitment.
You got to find that sweet spot.
You do,
Huh.
which is where self-awareness is so crucial.
So it's not about, suppressing those natural five tendencies. It's about working with them.
Yes, exactly. It's understanding them and finding healthy ways to navigate them. So, for example, you mentioned struggling with scattered focus sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever considered incorporating mindfulness practices?
I dabble in meditation, but consistency is not my forte. Let's just say that.
And that's understandable, especially for a five. Even short bursts can make a world of difference.
Yeah.
It's about creating those moments of pause, right?
So, hitting the refresh button for your mind.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, since we're talking about relationships,
Yes.
let's talk about numerological compatibility, which I know you were super curious about.
Oh my gosh, yes. The material you sent about how different numbers work together in relationships, so fascinating.
It's like this cosmic compatibility guide.
It really is.
Because each number, it carries its own energy signature. And when you blend those together, romance, friendships, even business partnerships, it creates this really specific dynamic.
Totally. And the material specifically called out that fives are generally drawn to other people who are independent,
Right.
adventurous, can kind of match that zest for life.
They need someone who can keep up.
Exactly. So someone who really loves routine is probably not a good fit.
Probably not. Fives need a little bit of excitement, a little novelty in their relationship.
For sure. And there were a few pairings you specifically wanted to unpack.
We have time. Let's do it.
Okay, perfect. The 5 and 1 pairing really jumped out at me. Dynamic and exciting, but, there's always a but, right?
Well, the challenge there really lies in finding that balance, that individual independence, but also that need for connection.
Right.
Because both 1 and 5, very independent.
They both need their space to really thrive.
Exactly. Open communication, willingness to compromise.
Key ingredient.
Essential for this one to work. You also mentioned 5 and 7.
Ooh, yes. That one's interesting because it seems like such a contrast in energy,
Totally. You have the 5 on the move, always seeking stimulation, and then the 7 more introspective.
Drawn to solitude, deep thought.
Right. So it's almost like trying to mix oil and water.
Yeah.
Like
you can do it, but
it requires a very delicate hand.
It does. So the potential clash there is that need for constant stimulation versus quiet contemplation.
Right.
But then again, it could also be a source of growth.
100%.
Yeah.
The 5 can bring a little lightness, a little spontaneity.
And the 7 offers that depth.
It is. Now, we can't forget about the master numbers.
Oh, yes. 11, 22, 33. I was really curious about those.
The master numbers.
Yes. Those pairings, it sounds like they can be incredibly potent, but
Intense.
yes. Intense but rewarding challenges.
It's like, leveling up in the game of numerology.
I love that analogy.
Right. They add this whole other layer of complexity, for sure.
Absolutely. Well, I definitely want to dive into 5 paired with 11.
Okay.
Being this like deeply spiritual and intuitive connection.
It is.
But again, sensing a but coming.
There's always a but. So the challenge here lies in bridging the gap, right? Between the 5's practicality, that very grounded nature, and the 11, which is much more, I'd say, ethereal.
More idealistic.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's almost like pairing, a builder with a dreamer.
Oh, I like that.
Right. So the 5 might find the 11 a little frustrating at times, like, come on, let's get real. And the 11 might feel limited
Totally.
by that need for concrete action.
Yeah.
But if they can meet in the middle, turning those dreams into tangible realities. Now, another one you mentioned was 5 and 22.
Yes. The powerhouse combination.
Oh, yes.
For manifestation, achieving big goals, all of that. What's the vibe of a 22? I feel like we haven't touched on that yet.
So the 22, often called the master builder, right?
Yeah.
It's all about turning visions into concrete things.
Bring it to life.
Building those structures that last.
Wow. So you take that energy and you pair it with the 5s, like boundless energy, adaptability, drive.
Unstoppable.
It sounds like a recipe for success.
It really is. The 5 brings the innovation, the adaptability. The 22 brings the strategy, the organizational skills.
It's like the 5 is the architect with these amazing grand designs.
I love that.
And the 22 is the one on the ground, making it happen.
Making it a reality.
Building it.
Yes. Each number with its own strengths.
Yeah.
Before we move on, what are your initial thoughts on this? I know it's a lot to take in.
Honestly, it's a lot to process, but in a good way. Like, I'm really starting to see how all these different combinations, they create these fascinating dynamics, But it's also a good reminder that, like, there's no one-size-fits-all answer when it comes to compatibility, right?
Numerology gives us these valuable insights, but it's not about, like, putting people in a box.
Totally.
Or limiting your options. You had mentioned free will, and I think that's so important.
Yes, because ultimately, we make our own choices.
We do.
So how does that all fit in?
It's all connected. Our
Yeah.
individual charts, our life experiences, the choices we make, those all contribute to, like, the unique tapestry of our relationships,
Yeah.
right? Numerology, it's like a guiding light, not a rule book.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. It's more about understanding the energies, and using that awareness to help us navigate our relationships in a more, clear and compassionate way.
Exactly. Now, before we wrap up,
Yes.
there was one more pairing, the 5 and the 33.
Oh, yes. The master teacher.
The master teacher. It's definitely a pairing with immense potential, I'd say.
Yeah, what's the energy like there?
So the 33, super compassionate, very nurturing energy,
Okay.
often associated with this desire to help humanity, like on a grand scale,
Yeah.
They're the visionaries, the healers, very purpose-driven.
And when you combine that with the 5, like their adventurous spirit, their desire to like experience and learn from the world, man, that sounds like a recipe for making a real difference.
Big things. Big things can happen with this pairing.
So the 5 helps the 33 ground those big visions.
Absolutely.
And the 33 helps the 5 connect with a deeper sense of purpose.
It's that beautiful exchange, right?
It is. It sounds powerful, but I have to imagine, like, there are challenges there too, right?
There are. The intensity of the 33, it could be a lot for a 5, especially if they haven't really, done their own inner work.
Right.
Because the 5, they love to, dance through life.
Yeah, light, carefree.
Exactly. And this is like asking them to put on hiking boots and climb a mountain.
Wow. Yeah, I get that. So it requires like a willingness to really dive deep, to be vulnerable.
100%, to really embrace that emotional connection and the growth that comes with it.
Wow. So much potential, but also like you need to be in the right place for it,
Exactly, which is why exploring numerology is so powerful, right?
Yes.
It helps us understand who we are, our strengths, our challenges.
Yeah, it's like this roadmap,
Yeah.
to help us live a more fulfilling and meaningful life, would you say?
100%. 100%. It's not about changing who you are. It's about understanding your energy and using it consciously.
Love that.
Ever feel like, you're the one everyone turns to for advice? The peacemaker, the one who always, like, brings the group together.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you might just be feeling the pull of the number 6. You see, the number 6 isn't just about harmony. It's about actively creating it. It's that driving force to nurture, to bring beauty into the world, and to make sure everyone feels, safe and secure.
Like that friend who always hosts the best dinner parties.
Yes.
Right. They're not just throwing food together, they're crafting an experience. But this desire for balance can have a flip side.
Oh, absolutely.
What happens when that drive to nurture starts to overshadow your own needs? It's like the old saying, you can't pour from an empty cup. And the material we have here, it actually uses the phrase martyr syndrome,
Wow.
giving so much of yourself that you end up, honestly, depleted.
Ooh, that hits home.
Mm.
So how does a number 6 navigate that tightrope? Maybe understanding their compatibility with other numbers can offer some clues.
Absolutely. And it's not about finding the quote-unquote perfect match. It's more about recognizing the potential strengths and challenges each pairing brings to the table.
Okay, so less love horoscope, more relationship roadmap. I like it.
Right.
All right, we're breaking this roadmap down by life areas, not just individual numbers.
Right.
First up, love. Let's say you're a number 6 and you find yourself smitten with a number 2.
Okay.
What can you expect?
Get ready for a smooth ride.
No.
Both numbers, they really value emotional connection and security. In fact, one source describes this pairing as, and this is beautiful, 2 trees growing side by side, their roots intertwining, creating a strong and unbreakable bond.
Now that's an image.
Yeah.
But relationships aren't always idyllic gardens, right? What about those pairings that feel more like navigating a jungle? Our sources paint a pretty intense picture of the number 6 with the number 5.
Oh, yeah, and for good reason. This pairing is a classic case of opposites attract, But that attraction comes with, let's just say, a hefty dose of potential friction.
Okay.
You see, the 5 thrives on freedom and spontaneity, always craving new experiences.
Always on the go.
Yes. Meanwhile, the 6 finds comfort in routine and stability.
Talk about a clash of lifestyles.
Oh.
One's booking a last-minute flight, the other's organizing the spice rack.
Exactly.
But wouldn't this constant push and pull get exhausting?
It certainly can be, but it doesn't have to be a deal breaker. One expert we read puts it beautifully. They say, this pairing is a dance between holding on and letting go.
Oh.
The key is for both partners to, understand and appreciate those fundamental differences.
So the 5 might need to learn to appreciate the beauty of a home-cooked meal.
Yes.
And the 6 might need to loosen up and try that new Thai restaurant down the street.
Exactly. It's about finding that balance, that compromise that allows both partners to feel, fulfilled. And who knows, that journey of self-discovery might just strengthen their bond in, unexpected ways.
Okay, so maybe that number 5 isn't so bad after all.
Yeah.
But what about those rock-solid friendships we all crave?
Yes.
Let's say you're a 6 and you've got a 4 in your corner. Are we talking about friendship bracelets or something more profound?
Think less friendship bracelets, more like building a fortress together.
Oh.
The material describes the 6 and 4 as having a shared language of loyalty and commitment. They value dependability, consistency, and showing up for each other no matter what.
So if you need someone to help you move?
The 4 and the 6 will be the first ones at your door, probably with a pre-packed toolbox and a playlist of your favorite songs.
Now, that's true friendship. But life isn't all, heartfelt moments and shared playlists. What happens when the number 6 enters the workplace?
This is where their natural ability to foster harmony and create structure really shines. They thrive in collaborative environments where everyone feels valued and heard.
Sounds like a dream boss or coworker.
Yeah.
But let's get specific. Our sources point to the dynamic pairing of a 6 and a 3 in the workplace.
Okay, yeah.
What's the inside scoop on this duo?
This is where sparks fly, creatively speaking.
Uh,
One source describes this pairing as the dream team of innovation and execution. The 3 brings that, infectious energy bubbling with ideas, while the 6 provides the structure and organization to bring those ideas to life. Imagine a brainstorming session between these two.
I'm picturing colorful Post-it notes plastered everywhere and the 6 calmly organizing them into a coherent plan.
Exactly. But remember, those different working styles can sometimes lead to, misunderstandings. The 3, in their enthusiasm, might jump from one idea to the next, leaving the 6 feeling a little overwhelmed.
And the 6, in their desire for order, might accidentally stifle the 3's spontaneous creativity.
Precisely. But remember, it's all about communication and finding that sweet spot where both individuals feel respected and empowered. When this balance is achieved, the 6 and 3 can accomplish honestly, incredible things together.
So if you're a 6 working with a 3, maybe schedule those brainstorming sessions with a side of coffee and a shared understanding that you both bring something valuable to the table.
Exactly. It's about recognizing and appreciating those different strengths.
Speaking of different strengths, what happens when the 6 steps into the fast-paced world of business? This is where things get really interesting. Let's say a 6 partners with an 8. Now, the 8 is known for their ambition and drive, but how does that mesh with the 6's desire for harmony?
Okay, so imagine this. The 8, with their sights set on the top, forging a path to success. Now, picture the 6 right beside them, not just keeping pace, but making sure everyone along the way feels valued and supported.
So it's less about, cutthroat tactics and more about building a legacy that benefits everyone.
Precisely. The 6 brings that heart and soul to the business, fostering a sense of community and shared purpose.
It's like the 8 provides the blueprint, and the 6 brings the human touch, making sure the foundation is built on something more than just, profit margins.
You got it. It's like that quote from one of our sources. They say, businesses built on compassion are not just successful, they're sustainable. But, and this is crucial, especially for the 6 in this pairing, setting boundaries is key.
There's that word again, boundaries. It's like the secret sauce for the 6, no matter who they're dealing with. Why is that especially important in this particular partnership, would you say?
Because the 8's drive, while admirable, can sometimes overshadow everything else. The 6 needs to make sure their own needs, their own desire for balance, aren't getting lost in the quest for, that corner office.
Right. It's like making sure the company retreat includes yoga A&D spreadsheets.
Yes.
A little something for everyone.
Exactly. Speaking of achieving that delicate balance, let's shift gears a bit and explore how the number 6 navigates the realm of master numbers.
Okay, master numbers. I'll admit, this part always feels a bit like we're stepping into a hidden chamber of numerology.
Right.
For those who haven't ventured in before, what makes these numbers so special?
Think of master numbers, 11, 22, and 33 as the high voltage wires of numerology. They carry an intensified energy, a potential for both, great accomplishment and profound spiritual growth.
High voltage, huh? So not for the faint of heart.
Well, more like they require a certain level of self-awareness and a willingness to, really dive deep. Remember that martyr syndrome we talked about earlier? That can be especially challenging for a 6, especially dealing with a master number, right? Their energy can be all-consuming.
Got it. Tread it carefully. Maybe invest in some noise-canceling headphones for those moments when you a break from all that intensity.
Exactly. Now, let's say you're a 6 who's fallen head over heels for an 11. What kind of energy are we talking about in a love connection?
Yeah, because I'm picturing candlelit dinners with a side of existential crisis.
Not quite a crisis, but definitely a lot of deep conversations. The 11 is deeply intuitive and idealistic. They crave a connection that, transcends the superficial, a love that touches the soul.
So we're talking about those couples who can, talk for hours about everything and nothing.
Exactly. But here's where the 6's grounding energy comes in. The 11, kind of lost in their world of feelings and ideals, can sometimes lose sight of, practical matters. The 6 helps anchor them, reminding them to, pay the bills and maybe come down for dinner once in a while.
Sounds like a recipe for a love story that's both, deeply romantic and surprisingly grounded.
It can be. But remember that word overshadowing we mentioned earlier? The 6 needs to be careful that the 11's intense energy doesn't consume their own sense of self.
Got it. Maintain a healthy dose of self-care, maybe a solo spa day now and then, just to keep things balanced.
Exactly. Self-awareness is crucial for any 6 in a relationship with a master number. But let's move beyond the realm of romance. What happens when a 6, let's say, befriends a 22?
Because a 22 sounds like they'd be, too busy building a global empire to bother with something as simple as friendship.
You might be surprised. While the 22 is, yes, undeniably ambitious, remember, they're also driven by a desire to make a lasting impact on the world. And who better to have by their side than the compassionate, community-oriented 6?
It's like the Robin to their Batman.
Yes.
Providing support, keeping them grounded, reminding them that even superheroes need a hug sometimes.
Exactly. But here's the thing. The 6 isn't just the sidekick in this friendship. They offer something equally valuable, a reality check.
As in reminding the 22 to take out the trash, even though they're busy, drawing up plans for world domination.
Precisely. The 6 reminds the 22 that even the grandest visions are built on a foundation of everyday moments, everyday connections. It's a friendship that can inspire both individuals to dream bigger while staying grounded in what truly matters.
Okay, I'm sold. Everyone needs a 6 in their corner, especially those who are, striving for greatness. But what about those 6s who find themselves working alongside a 33? We're talking like master number squared here.
And the energy is off the charts.
So maybe invest in a hazmat suit.
Not quite, but brace yourself for, let's just say, a wild ride. The 33 is the ultimate humanitarian. Their hearts overflowing with compassion and a burning desire to heal the world.
Like a walking, talking ray of sunshine, determined to make everyone smile.
That's a great way to put it. And when you pair that, boundless compassion with the 6's natural ability to nurture and support, you've got a dynamic duo capable of, honestly, incredible things.
I imagine this pairing would thrive in fields like social work, healthcare, maybe even like environmental activism.
Absolutely. But there's a potential pitfall here, and it's one we've touched on before.
Let me guess. Boundaries.
You know it. The 6, in their desire to support the 33's mission, might find themselves pouring all their energy into someone else's dream, neglecting their own needs in the process.
Burnout City. Not exactly a recipe for a healthy working relationship, or life, for that matter.
Exactly. So while this pairing has the potential to, change the world, it's crucial for the 6 to remember that self-care isn't selfish, it's essential.
Like putting on your own oxygen mask before assisting others. Practical wisdom, even in the face of master number energy. But let's talk business. We've already covered the 6 paired with an 8, but what about a 6 venturing into the world of, let's say, entrepreneurship with a 22? 2 master numbers, 1 ambitious goal. What could possibly go wrong?
Well, the potential for both phenomenal success and, let's just say, epic meltdowns is definitely there. It's like mixing, volatile chemicals handled with care. The 22 with their grand vision and the 6 with their dedication to a harmonious work environment could create a business that not only, generates profits, but also uplifts communities and sets a new standard for ethical practices. Imagine a company where employees feel valued, customers feel heard, and the bottom line isn't the only measure of success.
Now, that's a company I'd invest in. But where does the potential for an epic meltdown come in?
Remember that high voltage energy we talked about? Well, with 2 master numbers, it's amplified. The 22, in their pursuit of their grand vision, might unintentionally steamroll over anyone who, gets in their way. And the 6, in their desire to please, might not speak up when they should, leading to, resentment and frustration down the line.
So clear communication is key. And maybe a shared meditation room where they can both go to, like decompress after a particularly intense strategy session.
Exactly. Open communication, mutual respect, and a healthy dose of self-awareness are essential for any business partnership, but especially for this pairing.
So, wow, what do we learn today? It seems like whether we're talking about, love, friendship, the boardroom, finding that balance, it's key for the number 6, right?
Absolutely, yeah. And especially, I think, when those master number energies get involved. It's about the 6 channeling that incredible empathy, that drive for harmony, but not losing sight of their own needs, their own boundaries.
Which, let's be honest, is a lesson we could all probably take to heart, regardless of our numerology.
Couldn't agree more. Self-awareness is a powerful tool.
Well said. But before we wrap up our deep dive into the world of the number 6, I have one final thought. We've explored how this number interacts with others, but what about understanding your own dominant number?
Oh, that's interesting. It's like holding up a mirror to your own energy, your own, strengths and challenges.
Exactly. Maybe you resonate with that, like drive for harmony, that urge to nurture, create a beautiful life for yourself and those around you. Or maybe you've clashed with a 6 in the past, and now those dynamics make a little more sense.
Right. And it's about using this knowledge to create, more fulfilling connections.
Couldn't have said it better myself. So as you navigate your day, think about the energy what you bring to your interactions. Where do you see the influence of the number 6, whether in yourself or in those around you?
And remember, numerology isn't about, limitations. It's about understanding. It's about recognizing those patterns, those energies that shape our lives, and then using that knowledge to create a world that's, a little more harmonious, a little more balanced, a little more beautiful, I guess.
Beautifully said.
Today, we're going to be, peeling back the layers on a number that's captivated humanity for centuries, the number 7.
Right.
It's more than just lucky number 7, right? This digit, it holds a really special place in numerology, and we're going to, dive in and find out exactly why.
Yeah, and I think what's so interesting about the number 7 is its connection to the element of water in some traditions.
Oh, really?
Water represents emotions, intuition, the subconscious. It runs deep.
Okay.
So it makes sense that in numerology, 7 is associated with introspection, with intuition, and seeking these profound truths.
So it's like those influenced by 7, they're kind of drawn to explore those hidden depths, both within themselves, but also like in the world around them.
Exactly. 7 urges us to look beyond just the surface, to really kind of delve into those deeper meanings and uncover this hidden wisdom of the universe, especially in a world that can feel pretty chaotic at times.
Yeah, for sure. It's like that saying, still waters run deep.
Right.
And speaking of deep, there's this undeniable, like, mystical quality to the number 7. I mean, it pops up everywhere in, like, ancient traditions, doesn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, it's woven into the fabric of our existence. 7 days in a week, 7 colors in the rainbow, even 7 continents.
Yeah.
And across, like, different cultures and belief systems, its significance is so profound. Like the 7 days of creation in Christianity, the 7 chakras in Hinduism, so much more.
Yeah, it's like this universal language almost. Like it's speaking to something deep within us, So, okay, if someone eyes a number 7, like if that's their core number, what does that actually mean for their personality? Like what are they like?
Well, imagine someone who's constantly observing, analyzing, kind of piecing together the puzzle of life. The 7. They're drawn to knowledge, always seeking answers, always trying to understand the why behind everything.
So they're the ones in the library, not just reading the books, but like actually absorbing that knowledge.
Yes.
They're not just looking for information. They want understanding.
Exactly. And because of this, like, deep thinking, they excel at problem solving, often seeing solutions that others might miss because they're not afraid to dive into those complexities.
That makes total sense. But this whole living in your head thing, that's got to come with some challenges too, right? It can't all be like deep thoughts and aha moments.
You're absolutely right. 7s, as incredible as they are, can sometimes get lost in their own thoughts.
Yeah.
Leading to feelings of isolation.
It's like they build these amazing castles in their minds, full of knowledge and insight, but then, like, sometimes forget to build a bridge to the outside world.
That's a great way to put it. And because they process information so deeply, they're also prone to overthinking.
Oh, I can relate to that.
Instead of trusting their gut, they analyze every possible outcome, which can be both a blessing and a curse.
It's like that saying paralysis by analysis.
Yes.
They're so busy weighing all the options that sometimes it's hard to just take action.
Precisely. And because they see the world through such a different lens, 7s often feel misunderstood by others.
Yeah.
Their interests, their need for solitude, their constant quest for knowledge. It can be hard for those who haven't walked in their shoes to truly get them.
It's like they're speaking a different language.
Yes.
The language of deep thought and introspection.
Right.
And not everyone's fluent in that language.
Right.
So when it comes to relationships, particularly romantic ones, what kind of partner can actually, like, navigate those deep waters and appreciate a 7 for who they truly are?
7s crave depth in all their relationships, but especially in matters of the heart. They're not interested in superficial connections or small talk. They're looking for someone who can match their intellectual curiosity, their emotional depth, and their need for these meaningful conversations.
So it's less about finding someone who completes them and more about finding someone who understands them, like someone who can appreciate those long silences as much as those, like, deep philosophical discussions.
Exactly. And when a 7 does find that special someone, the bond that they create can be incredibly powerful. They're fiercely loyal partners, offering unwavering support and understanding.
Okay, that makes sense. No, I know a lot of people listening are probably wondering about career paths. Like, what kind of jobs allow a 7 to truly thrive and to use those incredible minds of theirs to, make a difference? What advice would you give to a 7 who's trying to find their dream career?
7s naturally gravitate towards fields that allow them to utilize those analytical minds, their thirst for knowledge, and their ability to just, like, connect the dots in unique ways. Think research, data analysis, writing, maybe even something like psychology or spiritual counseling.
I can see that. They'd be incredible at any job that requires, like, deep thinking, problem solving, a genuine desire to understand the intricacies of the world, wouldn't they?
Absolutely. They thrive in environments that challenge their minds and allow them to delve deep into a subject, uncovering those hidden truths and contributing to the expansion of knowledge.
Okay, so we've talked about personality, relationships, and careers all through the lens of numerology and the energy of the number 7. But let's zoom out for a second and talk about numerology itself. Why is 7 considered such a significant number in this, realm? What makes it stand out from all the other numbers?
Well, for starters, 7 is a prime number.
Okay.
Indivisible standing part.
Yeah.
And that uniqueness is reflected in its numerological significance. But it goes beyond that. In numerology, every number vibrates with a certain energy.
Right.
And 7's energy is all about seeking deeper meaning, delving into the mysteries of the universe and of oneself. It's not just about knowledge, it's about wisdom.
It's like they're drawn to the edges of the map where the unknown beckons.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that pull toward the unknown can lead them down some truly fascinating paths.
For sure.
But it's not always easy being a 7.
Right.
In fact, their strengths can sometimes become their stumbling blocks.
Yeah. So what are some of those challenges that 7s might face because of their unique wiring?
Well, we talked about their love for solitude, but that can easily tip into isolation if they're not careful.
Yeah.
They might withdraw so far into their own minds that they neglect those real-world connections, even when they crave them deep down.
It's like they need to remember to build those bridges we were talking about earlier.
Precisely.
Right.
And that tendency to overthink.
Yes.
It can be paralyzing at times. 7s can get so caught up in analyzing every angle that they struggle to make a decision or take action.
It's like they're stuck at a crossroads with a million different paths stretching out before them, each one equally tempting and terrifying.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then there's the emotional piece.
Okay.
7s feel things deeply,
Yeah.
but they often struggle to express those emotions openly.
Okay.
They might intellectualize their feelings, try to rationalize them instead of simply feeling them.
So instead of saying, I'm hurt, they might launch into a detailed analysis of why they're hurt, complete with diagrams and footnotes.
You're spot on. And while their analytical minds are certainly impressive, that constant need to dissect and analyze can sometimes prevent them from experiencing life's simple joys.
It's like they're so busy searching for the meaning behind the sunset that they forget to simply enjoy its beauty.
Exactly. And that brings us to another challenge: trust.
Okay.
7s don't give their trust easily. They're very discerning about who they let into their inner circle because they've often been misunderstood in the past.
It's like they've built walls around their hearts to protect themselves. And it takes a special kind of person to earn the key to those gates.
You said it.
Right.
And because they're always striving for knowledge and understanding, they can sometimes fall into the trap of perfectionism.
Always searching for that next level.
Yes.
That next insight, never quite feeling content with where they are in their journey.
That's the thing about 7s. Their minds are always working, always searching for answers. But that constant mental activity can make it difficult for them to relax and enjoy the present moment.
They're always thinking what's next, instead of simply being.
Precisely.
Right.
But for all the challenges that come with being a 7, let's not forget the incredible gifts they bring to the world. Their thirst for knowledge, their ability to see patterns and connect the dots, their deep compassion. These are qualities the world desperately needs.
And speaking of gifts, let's talk about those career paths where a 7 can really shine.
Okay.
We touched on it briefly earlier, but I'd love to delve a little deeper.
Yeah.
What are some specific fields where those 7 strengths are not just welcomed, but truly valued?
Well, as we mentioned, research is a natural fit for them.
Yeah.
Whether it's scientific research, historical research, or even market research, their analytical minds and thirst for knowledge allow them to excel in these areas.
I can see them spending hours in a lab or poring over ancient texts completely in their element.
Absolutely.
Right.
And data analysis is another field where their skills are highly sought after. They can take huge amounts of data, find the patterns, and extract meaningful insights.
They're like data detectives unraveling mysteries hidden within spreadsheets and algorithms.
I like that.
All right, data detectives.
What other fields might pique a 7's interest?
Well, they're often gifted writers
Okay.
because they have a way of taking complex ideas and making them accessible and engaging.
Right.
They could be journalists, novelists, bloggers,
Uh-huh.
anything where they can use their words to share their unique perspectives.
It's like they have this innate ability to translate the language of their mind into something that others can connect with and learn from.
And let's not forget about their empathy and intuition. Many 7s are drawn to helping professions like therapy or counseling.
They have a knack for listening attentively, asking the right questions, and offering guidance that comes from a place of deep understanding.
They're not just offering advice, they're offering wisdom and compassion.
Able to meet people where they hold space for their pain, and help them find their way back to wholeness.
Now, for those sevens who aren't necessarily drawn to traditional career paths,
Right.
what other options might appeal to their unique sensibilities?
Well, many sevens find fulfillment in creative fields. Think photography, filmmaking, writing poetry, or music.
Mm-hmm.
They might not always be the most outwardly expressive,
Yeah.
but their inner worlds are incredibly rich, and their art becomes a way to share that inner landscape with others.
It's like they're translating their thoughts and feelings into a different language, the language of art. And because they see the world through a unique lens, their art often has this profound depth and beauty.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And for those who are drawn to spirituality, there's a whole other realm of possibilities.
Oh, that's right. We talked about how the number 7 is significant across different spiritual traditions.
Right.
So it makes sense that some sevens would feel called to explore those realms more deeply.
Some might become energy healers, meditation teachers, yoga instructors, or spiritual counselors. They're drawn to helping others connect with their own inner wisdom, to find meaning and purpose in a world that often feels chaotic and overwhelming.
It's like they're guides illuminating the path for others to find their own inner light. So perfectly aligned with the energy of the 7.
It is.
So for all our 7 listeners out there, remember the most important thing is to find a career that allows you to use your unique gifts.
Yes.
Your analytical mind, your intuition, your compassion
Right.
in a way that feels meaningful to you.
Exactly.
And don't be afraid to explore different paths, to experiment, to step outside your comfort zone. The journey of self-discovery is ongoing. And your dream career might be waiting for you just around the corner.
Absolutely.
Now, before we move on, I'm dying to dig into the topic of compatibility. We've talked about how 7s connect with themselves, their work.
Right.
But what about their relationships with others based on their numerology? This is where I think things get really interesting.
Yeah.
Because numerology can offer some fascinating insights into those dynamics.
Let's unpack how the number 7 interacts with other numbers.
Okay.
Starting with the basics, 1 through 9,
Mm-hmm.
and then we can dive into those powerful master numbers.
Okay, cool. Let's talk numbers.
All right, so let's start with the number 1, a number all about like independence and ambition. Now, a 1, they can definitely inspire a 7 to take action, to step out of their heads and into the world.
Okay.
But a 7 might find a 1 a bit too assertive at times, maybe even, a tad overwhelming.
It's that classic clash between thinking about doing it and just doing it. 1 is already halfway up the mountain while the 7 is still meticulously planning the climb.
Exactly. But that doesn't mean this pairing can't work. In fact, when they learn to appreciate and balance their differences, they can achieve incredible things together. Now, a number 2, on the other hand, with their focus on harmony and nurturing, can create a very different dynamic with a 7.
Okay, so if 1 is all about action and 7 is all about contemplation, where does 2 fit into the mix?
The beauty of a 2 is their ability to create this safe and comfortable space for a 7 to open up, to share those deep thoughts and feelings. It's a pairing that thrives on emotional depth and understanding.
It's like the TO provides that soft landing for 7s, kind of more intense energy. They complement each other beautifully. What about the number 3, the life of the party? How do they vibe with a 7?
This is where things get interesting. A3, with their vibrant energy and love for self-expression, can bring a welcome dose of lightheartedness into a 7's life.
Right.
They can help a 7 loosen up a bit.
Yeah, it's like the 3 is the splash of color on 7's otherwise kind of monochromatic canvas. But I imagine 7's serious nature might clash with 3's more carefree approach at times.
You're right, there can be a bit of a push and pull. A 7 might find 3 a bit superficial at times, while 3 might find 7 a bit too serious. But, open communication is key here, as it is in any relationship, right?
Communication is key. I'm writing that down. So what happens when a 7 meets a 4, the grounded, practical one of the bunch?
This pairing can be quite harmonious, actually. Both 4 and 7 appreciate structure and stability, and they find common ground in their love for knowledge and understanding.
It's like they both kind of approach life with a plan, valuing logic and reason above all else. But even with those shared values, are there any potential stumbling blocks?
Well, 7's need for introspection might clash with 4's practicality at times.
Yeah.
4 might see 7's contemplative nature as a form of procrastination, while 7 might find 4 a bit too rigid or set in their ways.
A classic case of too much of a good thing, right?
Right.
Even shared strengths can kind of become points of contention if they're not careful. What about the free-spirited 5? How do they fare in the realm of compatibility with the 7?
This is where things get really interesting. A 5 can introduce a 7 to like a whole new world of experiences, encouraging them to, step outside those comfort zones and embrace spontaneity.
Ooh, that's a pairing I didn't see coming. It's like the adventurer and the scholar, like embarking on a quest together. But how do they reconcile 5's need for constant change with 7's, like love of routine and solitude?
That's the million-dollar question. It's all about finding a balance, respecting each other's need for both freedom and connection. Now let's move on to number 6, a number all about harmony, balance, and nurturing. How do they get along with a 7?
This pairing feels harmonious somehow. Am I picking up the right vibes here?
You are. The nurturing and responsible energy of a 6 can create this wonderfully supportive environment for a 7. They often share values of family, commitment, creating this peaceful home life. Think of it like this. 6 provides the warmth, the emotional security, while 7 brings the depth, the intellectual stimulation, a sense of shared purpose.
It's like a perfectly balanced equation. They each bring something so essential to the table. Now, what happens when 2 7s collide? Is it double the introspection or double the trouble?
This is where things get really interesting. 2 7s together can create this profound spiritual connection. They just get each other, on a soul level. Their need for solitude, their deep thinking, their constant quest for knowledge. They can spend hours discussing philosophy, spirituality, the mysteries of the universe without feeling like they're boring each other to tears.
Sounds like my kind of party.
Right.
But even with all that shared understanding, are there any potential, pitfalls that they should be aware of?
The biggest challenge for 2 7s is to make sure that they don't, isolate themselves too much. They need to remember to nurture those external connections, to stay grounded in the real world, even as they explore the depths of their inner worlds, together.
Yeah. It's like reminding themselves to, come up for air every now and then. Good advice for any pairing, really. So we've got the ambitious 8 next. How does their energy mesh with the 7?
8, with their drive and practicality, can actually be a very, grounding influence for a 7. They can help a 7 take those brilliant ideas and turn them into something tangible, something real.
So it's like the visionary and the builder, working together to manifest their dreams into reality. That's a powerful combination.
It is. But 7 might feel kind of overwhelmed by 8's relentless focus on material success at times.
Okay.
They might need to remind 8 that there's more to life than just, climbing the corporate ladder or achieving financial abundance.
Balance is key, right?
Yes.
Honoring each other's values and priorities, even when they differ. Okay, last but not least, we've got the compassionate 9. How does their energy blend with the 7?
This pairing has the potential for, a deep and meaningful connection. 9, with their big hearts and desire to, make a difference in the world, can resonate deeply with 7's idealism and spiritual seeking. They might find themselves drawn to humanitarian pursuits or working together to, create positive change in their communities.
It's like a beautiful synergy of head and heart.
Yes.
7 bringing the, intellectual firepower and 9 bringing the emotional intelligence and compassion. What a team.
Exactly. Now, before we wrap up, we can't forget about those powerhouse numbers. The master numbers, 11, 22, and 33. These numbers carry a higher vibration, a greater potential for both growth and challenges.
Okay, so if the other numbers are the main characters in our numerology story, the master numbers are those enigmatic supporting characters
Yes.
that add a whole other layer of intrigue and complexity. Let's start with 11, the intuitive visionary number. How does that energy interact with the 7?
11 and 7 are a fascinating pair. They're both highly intuitive, sensitive souls who are drawn to exploring the deeper meaning of life. When they come together, their connection can be incredibly intense, emotionally, spiritually, even intellectually. Think of it like 2 old souls recognizing each other across a crowded room.
It's like they speak the same language without even saying a word. But that kind of intensity can be a double-edged sword, right?
It can.
Where there's great potential for connection, there's also potential for misunderstandings or even conflict.
You're exactly right. Both 11 and 7 tend to be a bit more reserved, a bit more hesitant to fully open up and share those vulnerabilities.
So clear and compassionate communication is crucial for this pairing to thrive. They need to create that safe space to express their needs and fears without judgment.
Absolutely. Now let's move on to 22, the master builder, the one who takes those grand visions and turns them into reality.
22 always struck me as a very grounded energy.
Yes.
Very practical, very much about getting things done. How does that energy play with Sevzin's, like, more introspective nature?
You hit the nail on the head. This pairing is all about blending the practical with the profound. 22 helps 7 bring their ideas down to earth, to find practical applications for their knowledge and insights.
It's like the saying, ideas are cheap, execution is everything.
Right.
7 has the ideas, 22 has the know-how to make them happen.
Precisely. But, and this is important, they need to make sure they're on the same page when it comes to their goals and priorities. Otherwise, 7 might feel like 22 is like bulldozing over their more subtle approach.
Right.
While 22 might find 7's need for contemplation to be a form of procrastination.
Again, communication is key. It always seems to, like, circle back to that, doesn't it?
It does. Honesty, vulnerability, and a willingness to truly listen to and understand each other's perspectives. Those are the ingredients for any successful relationship, no matter what your numbers are.
Wise words. Okay, last but not least, tell us about 33, the compassionate teacher. What happens when their energy intersects with a 7?
This pairing has the potential for incredible growth and healing. Both 7 and 33 are deeply compassionate souls who are committed to, making a positive difference in the world. They understand the importance of inner work, of self-reflection, and they support each other on their individual spiritual journeys.
It's like they hold space for each other to become the best versions of themselves.
But even with all that love and support, they still need to be mindful of their differences.
So what potential challenges might arise in, like, a 7 and 33 pairing?
Well, 33, with their empathetic nature, might sometimes get kind of swept up in other people's emotions, while 7 tends to intellectualize their feelings.
Okay.
They might need to remind each other to, stay grounded, to practice self-care, especially when dealing with, challenging situations.
It's like that saying, you can't pour from an empty cup. They can't help others if they're not taking care of themselves first.
Exactly. And that's a good reminder for all of us, no matter what our numerology might be.
Absolutely. Self-care is not selfish, it's essential.
Welcome to a deep dive into the number 8. If you're drawn to this number, maybe you're already kind of a go-getter, a natural leader. But what kind of hidden depths does this power number hold?
Well, what's interesting about the number 8 is that it's not just about outward success. It's about achieving balance between ambition and relationships, the material world and the spiritual.
The number 8 is seen as super lucky in some cultures. I remember reading that in China, people spend a fortune on phone numbers with 8s in them. It's almost like they think it's like a magic charm for wealth.
It's fascinating how deeply cultural beliefs can be intertwined with numerology. That desire for phone numbers with 8s in them speaks to the very real way that the number is linked to material success and authority. It's no coincidence that many successful CEOs and entrepreneurs resonate with this number.
So I'm picturing someone in a power suit running a board meeting, but also maybe meditating afterwards to stay grounded.
Exactly. Because the 8 isn't just about the external achievements. It's fueled by the energies of the numbers 4 and 2. The 4 brings that stability, that work ethic. The 2 adds in the ability to collaborate, to build strong relationships. And those are just as vital for true 8 fulfillment.
So it's like, you might be the boss, but you're not a tyrant about it. You understand that teamwork and even diplomacy are part of the bigger picture.
Precisely. And that awareness of the bigger picture is where the spiritual side of the 8 comes into play. Have you ever noticed how the number 8 looks like an infinity symbol on its side?
Now that you mention it, yeah, I never really thought about it that way before.
It's a visual reminder of the 8's connection to karma, the infinite cycle of cause and effect. This number whispers that your actions have ripples.
Especially if you're in a position of leadership, right? Like those CEOs we were talking about. Their decisions impact way more people. No pressure, though.
Exactly. Those drawn to the number 8 often find themselves in positions where their decisions have far-reaching consequences. It's about understanding that your influence extends beyond just your own personal goals.
Okay, I can see how that ties into the whole karma thing. It's not just about climbing the ladder, but how you treat the people you meet on the way up.
Precisely. And that brings us to another interesting aspect of the 8, its connection to careers and relationships. Those resonating with this number are often drawn to fields like finance, business, law, anything that requires a strategic mind and a bit of ambition.
So we're talking natural-born leaders, CEOs, maybe even a few entrepreneurs in the mix. But what happens when this drive for success spills over into their personal lives? Can an 8 even find love without their ambition getting in the way?
It's a great question. Because those influenced by the 8 can sometimes find themselves so focused on their goals that relationships take a back seat. They need partners who not only understand their drive, but can appreciate it. Someone who won't feel overshadowed by their ambition.
So not just a cheerleader on the sidelines, but someone who can kind of keep pace with them, challenge them even.
Exactly. And just as importantly, those guided by the 8 need to remember to nurture their relationships. It's a two-way street. Balance, remember.
Right. Because even the most ambitious high flyer needs someone to come home to at the end of the day. Speaking of different energies, I'm curious about this. Does the 8 play well with others? Or are there some numbers that just spell trouble?
Well, let's just say the 8 can be a bit of a wild card when it comes to compatibility. Some pairings are like a match made in heaven, others not so much. It all depends on the individual and their willingness to embrace the other's energy.
All right, hit me with the good, the bad, and the potentially explosive. Let's start with the number 1. 2 ambitious types. What could possibly go wrong?
A recipe for either great success or a fiery clash of egos. Both the 1 and the 8 are drawn to leadership. They possess a natural drive to be at the forefront. This can create a dynamic duo capable of achieving incredible things, but
Uh-oh. I sense a but coming. There's always a catch, isn't there?
the challenge lies in finding a balance of power. Both numbers can be quite dominant, used to calling the shots, if they can learn to share the reins. To respect each other's independence while still working towards shared goals, it has the potential to be a really powerful alliance.
Okay, so mutual respect is key. What about the 8 and the 2? That seems like kind of an odd couple. The go-getter and the peacemaker.
You might be surprised, this pairing can actually be quite harmonious, especially in a romantic relationship. The 2 brings a sense of gentleness, diplomacy, and emotional depth that the 8 sometimes lacks. They provide a grounding influence, reminding the 8 of the importance of nurturing their relationships.
So the 2 softens the 8's rough edges, helps them tap into their feelings a bit more.
Exactly. The 2 can help the 8 create a more balanced life, one where ambition doesn't come at the expense of personal connections. And in a work environment, the 2's diplomatic skills can smooth over any potential conflicts that arise from the 8's more assertive nature.
It's all about finding that yin and yang, isn't it? Those complementary energies that create a sense of wholeness. What about the 8 and the 3? That sounds like a fun combination.
It certainly can be. The 3 brings a sense of playfulness, creativity, and a zest for life that can be incredibly refreshing for the more serious 8. They encourage the 8 to loosen up, to embrace spontaneity, and to tap into their own creative potential.
So the 3 reminds the 8 that life isn't all work and no play.
Precisely. But there's also a practical side to this pairing. The 8 can help the 3 channel their considerable creative energy into tangible results, providing structure and guidance to help those big dreams become a reality.
It's like the 8 is the wind beneath the 3's wings, helping them soar to new heights.
A beautiful analogy. Now moving on to a pairing that's often built on a foundation of mutual understanding. The 8 and the 4 both value stability, hard work, and practicality. They speak the same language when it comes to achieving goals.
I can see them building empires together, one well-executed plan at a time.
Absolutely. They have the potential to create a really solid partnership based on shared values and mutual respect. However, the 8 needs to be mindful of not becoming overly controlling in this dynamic. The 4 also needs space to breathe, to pursue their own interests.
So even though they have so much in common, maintaining a sense of individuality is important.
Exactly. Now let's talk about a pairing that's anything but predictable, the 8 and the 5. This is where things can get a little interesting.
Okay, I'm intrigued. What happens when you combine a routine-loving 8 with freedom-seeking 5?
You get a dynamic that's full of sparks, both literally and figuratively. The 5, with their adventurous spirit and thirst for new experiences, can challenge the 8 to step outside their comfort zone, to embrace spontaneity.
To loosen that tie and have a little fun.
Right,
Yeah.
precisely. But the 8 also brings a sense of grounding to the relationship, providing stability and a sense of direction that the 5 sometimes lacks. They can help the 5 channel their boundless energy into productive pursuits.
So it's constant push and pull, a dance between structure and freedom.
Exactly. And if they can learn to embrace each other's differences, to find a rhythm that works for both of them, it can be a truly exhilarating and rewarding partnership.
Sounds like a relationship that's never dull. What about the 8 and the 6? They seem like quite different personalities.
On the surface, yes, but this pairing often brings out the best in each other. The 6, with their nurturing and supportive nature, can create a haven of peace for the often stressed 8. They provide a sense of emotional security and unconditional love that allows the 8 to truly unwind.
It's like the 6 intuitively knows how to create a safe space for the 8 to let their guard down.
Beautifully said. And the 8, in turn, can encourage the 6 to pursue their own ambitions. providing the support and confidence they need to shine. It's a beautiful exchange of energy, each number lifting the other up.
It's amazing how two seemingly different numbers can create such a harmonious balance. What about the 8 and the 7? That seems like an unlikely match. The ambitious go-getter and the introspective seeker?
You'd be surprised how well this pairing can work. It's all about intellectual connection and mutual respect. The 7, with their deep thinking and insightful nature, can challenge the 8 to look at the world from a different perspective. They encourage the 8 to tap into their introspective side, to ponder the bigger questions in life.
To slow down and smell the roses, so to speak.
Exactly. And the 8, with their practical skills and get-it-done attitude, can help the 7 bring their ideas to fruition. They provide the grounding energy that the 7 sometimes lacks, helping them turn their dreams into reality.
It's like they complete each other's sentences,
Oh.
filling in the gaps in each other's perspectives.
Precisely. And now for a pairing that's anything but subtle. The 8 and the 8, two powerhouses, both driven to succeed. What happens when you double the ambition?
I can only imagine the sparks that fly. Is it a recipe for success or disaster?
It can be either. Depending on the individuals involved, this is a power couple in the making, capable of achieving incredible things together. They understand each other's drive, they share the same goals, and they're not afraid of hard work. The challenge lies in finding a balance of power. Both individuals are used to being in control, to calling the shots, if they can learn to share the reins, to celebrate each other's wins without letting competition overshadow their connection. It can be a truly unstoppable force.
So it's about remembering that they're on the same team, working towards a common goal.
Exactly. Communication and compromise are key for this pairing to thrive. Now let's move on to the 8 and the 9. This is a combination that has the potential to make a real difference in the world.
Okay, I'm sensing a theme here. The 8 brings the ambition, and the 9 brings the idealism. Is that about right?
You've got it. The 9, with their big heart and desire to make the world a better place, can inspire the 8 to think beyond their own personal gain. They remind the 8 of the importance of using their power and influence for good.
So the 9 helps the 8 tap into their humanitarian side.
Precisely. And the 8, with their practicality and ability to get things done, can help the 9 turn their lofty ideals into concrete actions. They provide the structure and resources needed to make those dreams a reality.
It's a powerful combination, blending compassion with action.
Exactly. And finally, we come to the master numbers. These are even more complex and nuanced than the single-digit numbers. But I'll give you a brief overview of how they interact with the 8.
Let's do it. I'm ready to unravel the mysteries of the master numbers.
Excellent. First up, we have the 11, a number known for its intuition, spiritual insight, and idealistic nature. When paired with the 8, it can be a truly transformative experience, both personally and professionally.
Okay, so we're talking about a meeting of the minds, but on a whole other level. The 8's ambition meets the 11's vision.
Precisely. The 8 is drawn to the 11's charisma and visionary thinking, while the 11 is inspired by the 8's drive and determination.
It's like they push each other to dream bigger and achieve more than they ever could alone. But what are the potential pitfalls of this pairing?
Well, the 8 needs to be mindful of not overshadowing the 11, who can be more sensitive and introspective. Open communication is paramount, ensuring that the 11 feels heard and valued.
It's about honoring that sensitive side, that deep well of intuition that the 11 brings to the table.
Exactly. Now let's move on to the 22, the master builder, the architect of grand plans and ambitious projects. When paired with the 8, the potential for success is limitless.
Two powerhouses, joining forces to build empires and change the world.
Indeed. The 22 possesses a unique ability to turn dreams into reality, and the 8 has the drive and determination to see those plans through to completion.
It's like they have all the pieces of the puzzle, and together they can create something truly extraordinary.
Absolutely. But, and this is crucial, the 8 needs to be mindful of not getting so caught up in the how that they forget to appreciate the 22's grand vision.
It's about remembering to step back and admire the masterpiece they're creating together.
Exactly. Finally, we come to the 33, the most spiritually evolved of all the numbers, a beacon of compassion, empathy, and selfless service.
The 33 is all about lifting others up, spreading love and light wherever they go.
Beautifully put. Now, when you pair this energy with the 8's ambition and drive, you get a combination that's capable of making a real difference in the world.
It's like the 8 provides the fuel, and the 33 steers them in the right direction.
Precisely. The 8 can help the 33 bring their humanitarian visions to life, providing the practical skills and resources needed to make a lasting impact. However,
There's always a however.
Yeah.
What do the 8 and 33 need to be mindful of in their dynamic?
The 8 needs to ensure that their ambition doesn't overshadow the 33's compassionate nature. It's about finding a balance between achieving success and staying true to their shared values of compassion and service.
So it's about making sure that success doesn't come at the expense of their integrity or their desire to make the world a better place.
Precisely. In a nutshell, the 8's interactions with the master numbers can be incredibly rewarding, pushing them towards spiritual growth and helping them align their ambitions with a higher purpose.
Wow, that was a whirlwind tour of numerology compatibility. From fiery clashes to harmonious partnerships, it seems like the 8 keeps things interesting, no matter who they're paired with. It sounds like understanding these compatibility nuances can really help you navigate those relationships with a little more awareness,
Absolutely. It's like having a roadmap that highlights potential detours and scenic routes. But ultimately, the journey is yours to create.
And speaking of journeys, isn't that what this whole numerology thing is about? A journey of self-discovery.
Precisely. The numbers are simply guideposts, offering insights into our strengths, our challenges, and our potential. But it's up to us to take that knowledge and apply it to our own lives.
So where do we go from here? If someone's resonating with the number 8, feeling that ambition stirring within them, what's the most important thing for them to remember?
Balance. The 8 is a powerful number, but it requires conscious effort to find equilibrium. Remember those energies of 4 and 2 that fuel it. The stability, the work ethic, the relationship building. Those are equally important for you to find fulfillment.
So it's not just about reaching the top of the mountain, but enjoying the climb and bringing people along with you.
Exactly. Embrace your ambition, but don't let it consume you. Nurture your relationships. Stay connected to your values. And remember that true success encompasses more than just material wealth.
Today, we're taking a deep dive into the number 9.
Oh, excellent choice. The number 9 is so intriguing.
It really is. We're going to uncover its significance in love, career, personal growth. You name it, we're going to try and relate it back to the number 9.
Sounds like a plan.
So let's jump right in. What is it about the number 9 that makes it so special?
Well, the number 9 is unique in that it represents the culmination of a cycle. It embodies the energy of all those single-digit numbers that come before it.
Kind of like the grand finale of a fireworks show.
Yes, exactly. It's like reaching the peak of a mountain after a long climb.
But it's also not just an ending, is it? It's also a beginning.
You got it. It's both an ending and a beginning. Think of it like a spiral.
Okay, a spiral, I like that.
You reach that top point, that number 9. You've completed a full loop, but it propels you into a brand new cycle. It's completion and a fresh start all wrapped up in one.
Okay, this is already blowing my mind.
Yeah. Numerology isn't just about abstract concepts. It's about how these energies influence our experiences in the real world.
So true. For instance, the number 9 is linked to the Hermit card in tarot.
Ah, yes, the Hermit. Introspection, soul-searching. A very internal card.
Exactly. But then in astrology, 9 is connected with Mars.
Which is, of course, all about action, assertiveness, going after what you want.
It's like this fascinating paradox.
Yeah.
Looking inward and then channeling that wisdom into action.
Exactly. And that duality is a big part of understanding how the number 9 manifests in people's lives.
Okay, so let's get down to the nitty-gritty. Our sources describe people strongly connected to the number 9 as idealistic, compassionate. They even use the term the helpers of the zodiac.
I love that. The helpers.
Right. But what does that actually look like on a day-to-day basis?
Well, it boils down to feeling deeply, authentically. These 9 individuals, as our source calls them, are natural empaths.
So they feel everything very intensely.
Yes. And often they're drawn to careers where they can, make a real difference in the world.
Like social work, therapy, teaching, that
Okay.
kind of thing.
Exactly. They're naturally drawn to those helping professions, but it goes beyond traditional roles, too.
In what way?
Well, think about artists who use their voice to advocate for social change, or musicians creating music that heals, or writers whose words inspire millions.
Because that creative spark is another big part of the number 9's energy, right?
Absolutely. It's not just about feeling deeply. It's about channeling those emotions into something powerful and meaningful. They often have incredible creative potential.
It's like they're these superheroes fighting for good with empathy and creativity.
I love that analogy.
But like all superheroes, they've got their weaknesses, right?
Yeah.
And our sources point out some potential downsides to all this depth.
Because even superheroes have their kryptonite.
Right. So what are some of the challenges that folks connected to the number 9 might face?
Well, since they feel everything so deeply, they might be prone to emotional overwhelm,
Makes sense.
or struggling to let go of things or people.
Yeah, I can see that.
And sometimes their idealism, while admirable, can lead to disappointment when reality doesn't quite measure up.
It's a tough world out there sometimes. So if someone's listening and really resonating with the number 9, what can they do to, navigate those potential pitfalls?
Boundaries.
Boundaries.
Yes. Setting healthy boundaries is crucial, especially for 9s who are constantly absorbing the energy around them. They can get bogged down by the weight of the world's problems.
I can see how that would be easy to do if you're naturally empathetic. Do you have any tips for how to actually set boundaries? I think that's something a lot of people struggle with.
It is tough, but one thing that helps is to think about it visually.
Visually? Okay, I like this.
Imagine a delicate, hand-blown glass sphere.
Beautiful, fragile.
Right. It's beautiful, it reflects light, but it's also easily shattered. Setting boundaries is like building a protective case around that sphere.
Okay, so you're still you, but you've got that extra layer of protection.
Exactly. You're not as vulnerable. You're still able to shine your light, but you're less likely to get crushed.
I love that visual. Boundaries is a force field of self-care. That's going on a t-shirt.
I'd buy that t-shirt.
All right, I'll let you know when they're ready. But let's talk relationships for a sec. This independent streak we see in 9s can sometimes cause a little friction in love.
Right, because they crave that deep connection, but also fiercely value their independence. Finding that balance can be tricky.
So it's like, come closer, but not too close.
You read my mind. And that's where communication becomes their superpower.
Communication is key, isn't that the truth?
Right. But especially for 9s, because their emotional world is so rich, they need a partner who can handle that depth with, care and understanding. Someone who doesn't shy away from big feelings.
Someone who gets them.
Exactly.
Speaking of relationships, have you ever wondered if your birthday could reveal whether you and your partner are like a match made in numerological heaven?
It's funny you say numerological heaven because it kind of does feel like you're unlocking a secret code to harmonious relationships.
I am so here for that decoding mission. But before we get lost in romance, I want to shift gears a bit. We've talked about the number 9's influence on personal relationships, but what about our careers? Can numerology help us navigate the, let's call it the boardroom battlefield?
You bet. Just like in our personal lives, certain number combinations in the workplace can create some interesting dynamics.
Fascinating. And for a 9, remember, it's all about making a positive impact and infusing their work with that compassion and idealism we talked about.
Exactly. So naturally, they gravitate towards careers where they can really tap into that energy.
Social work, counseling, teaching, those nurturing, inspiring roles.
Right. But it's not just about the job title, is it?
What do you mean?
Well, for a 9, it's about bringing their whole selves to their work. They're not afraid to be vulnerable, to connect on a human level. They're the ones thinking outside the box, coming up with creative solutions, and genuinely caring about the people they work with.
So basically, they're the heart and soul of the office, brightening everyone's day with their empathy and that infectious 9 energy. But I have to imagine, even with all the best intentions, there must be some challenges for 9s in a professional setting, right?
Oh, absolutely. And it often comes down to that very idealism we've been talking about.
Because the real world isn't always sunshine and roses.
Sadly, no.
So how does that idealism manifest in a, sometimes cutthroat corporate environment?
Well, they might struggle in environments where, let's say, profits are prioritized over people, or where there's a lack of genuine connection.
That makes sense.
Yeah, or if they feel like their work isn't contributing to something meaningful,
Absolutely. So finding a company or a team that aligns with their values is essential.
It's huge. They'll thrive in spaces that value empathy, creativity, and, making a positive impact.
So it's not just about what they do, but who they do it with.
100%.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay, but let's get into some specifics. Our sources talk about how a 9 might interact with, say, a number 1 in the workplace. That classic driven, take charge personality.
Ooh, interesting dynamic.
Right. Is that a recipe for disaster, or can these two numbers find some common ground?
Well, on the surface, it might seem like a clash of the titans. You've got the 9, driven by compassion and collaboration, and the 1, all about taking charge, achieving those goals.
Right, very different approaches.
And here's where it gets interesting. A 9 can actually thrive working with a 1.
Really? Even with those seemingly opposite energies?
As long as there's mutual respect and understanding.
Mm.
Because it's not about trying to change each other, right? It's about recognizing and appreciating those differences.
Finding that synergy.
Yes. Like the 1 can benefit from the 9's ability to connect with people on a deeper level.
Yeah.
Really considering the human impact of decisions.
That's so important.
Right. And the 9, they can learn a thing or two from the 1's decisiveness, their leadership skills.
It's all about finding that sweet spot where both individuals feel seen and valued for who they are.
Exactly. Now, on the flip side, also talk about the possibility of a 9 going into business with, let's say, a 4. Talk about two very different energies.
Right. You've got the 9 with their head in the clouds, dreaming big, and the 4, grounded, practical, a lover of systems and structure.
Yeah.
Can that really work?
You'd be surprised. It might seem like an odd pairing, but it can actually be a match made in, dare I say, entrepreneurial heaven.
Because opposites attract, even in the business world. I kind of love it.
Exactly. The 4 provides that solid foundation, those organizational skills that the 9 might lack. And the 9, with their creativity and people skills, can bring a breath of fresh air to the 4's practical, sometimes by-the-book approach.
It's about recognizing those different strengths.
Yeah.
That not all successful partnerships need to be carbon copies of each other.
100%. But of course, it's not always smooth sailing. And we do have to acknowledge those number pairings that, well, might require a little extra effort.
Like what? Give us an example.
Let's say a 9 and an 8 trying to collaborate on a project.
Ooh, now that's interesting. We're talking about the compassionate heart versus the ambitious go-getter. Those are some strong personalities.
You're right. And that clash of values can sometimes create a bit of friction.
How so?
Well, the 9 might see the 8 as, I don't know, maybe overly focused on power, on material success.
And the 8 might see the 9 as a bit naive or impractical.
Exactly. It can definitely be a recipe for some, shall we say, heated boardroom showdowns if they're not careful.
Yikes. Okay, so how can a 9 and an 8 avoid driving each other crazy? Is there a way to find common ground?
Oh, absolutely. Like with any challenging dynamic, open and honest communication is key. The 9 needs to feel comfortable expressing their need for a heart-centered approach.
And the 8?
The 8 can benefit from really understanding the importance of empathy and compassion in achieving their goals.
It's like finding that shared mission, right?
Exactly, that common goal that transcends those individual differences. Because at the end of the day, we're all in this together, right?
Yes, sir.
And sometimes those seemingly incompatible energies can actually push each other to grow and evolve in really amazing ways.
I'm picking up on a theme here.
Uh-huh.
It seems like numerology isn't about putting people in boxes or saying these two numbers will never get along.
Right.
It's more about understanding that energetic blueprint and recognizing potential challenges and then using that knowledge to communicate more effectively and build stronger relationships.
Couldn't have said it better myself. And speaking of fascinating dynamics, we haven't even touched on how 9s interact with those powerhouse master numbers in a professional setting.
Oh, right. Master numbers is like we're entering the VIP section of numerology. So what happens when the humanitarian heart of a 9 teams up with the amplified energy of an 11, a 22, or a 33 in the workplace?
Get ready for some fireworks,
Well,
but in the best way possible, of course. Combining the 9's dedication to service with the unique strengths of a master number,
yeah.
that can create some truly groundbreaking results.
Okay, you've officially piqued my curiosity. Give us the rundown. What kind of magic can unfold when these numbers join forces?
All right, let's imagine a 9 collaborating with an 11. Now remember, 11 is all about intuition, vision, and connecting to a higher purpose.
They're like the mystical mentors of the numerology world.
Exactly. And when you blend that energy with the 9's empathy and desire to make a difference, you get this powerhouse duo that's incredibly intuitive, forward-thinking.
I can already picture them, like spearheading innovative nonprofits, dreaming up revolutionary social programs, or using their unique perspective to inspire change on a global scale.
100%. This is a combination that's not afraid to challenge the status quo, to dream big, and then take action to make those dreams a reality.
It's giving me chills just thinking about it. But with all that heightened sensitivity, are there any potential downsides to this dynamic duo? It seems like too much of a good thing could lead to burnout pretty quickly.
That's a great point. It's like those magnets we talked about earlier, powerful individually, but bring them too close and things can get a little chaotic.
Too much energy to handle.
Right. The energy of a 9 and an 11 can be incredibly potent, and if they're not careful, it can lead to, feeling overwhelmed by the weight of the world's problems.
So grounding practices, setting those healthy boundaries, and remembering to prioritize self-care are extra important for this pairing to thrive.
Absolutely. They have to remember they can't pour from an empty cup. Okay, now let's shift our focus to the 9 and the 22.
Ooh, another power pairing. We're talking about the compassionate heart teaming up with the master builder.
The 22 always striving, always building towards that grand vision.
Right. And what happens when that ambitious energy merges with the 9's desire to, uplift humanity?
We're talking about building empires with a conscience.
Okay, I'm here for it. Tell me more.
All right. So the 22 brings strategic thinking, that ability to manifest dreams into reality, but on a large scale.
They're the CEOs, the entrepreneurs, the ones who make things happen in a big way.
Exactly. And when you combine that with the 9's big heart, their desire to create positive change, you get a force that's unstoppable.
So we're talking like ethical business practices, companies prioritizing people and the planet over profits.
Yeah.
Sustainable solutions for a better future.
You got it. This is about more than just climbing the corporate ladder. It's about using success as a platform for positive change.
I love that. But even with the best intentions, this dynamic duo needs to be mindful of their differences, right?
Oh, for sure.
Because the 22's drive and ambition could overshadow the 9's more people-centered approach.
Right. It's essential for the 9 to, assert their needs, to make sure their voice is heard.
So it's not just about going along with the 22's grand plans. It's about making sure those plans align with their values.
Exactly. And the 22 can benefit from remembering that success is about more than just the bottom line.
It's about finding that balance, honoring both the head and the heart in decision-making.
Beautifully said. And now for our final power pairing, let's talk about the 9 and the 33.
Ooh, the 9 and the 33.
This one's special.
How so?
It's like the ultimate blend of compassion and wisdom in the workplace.
The 33, the master teacher, here to guide and illuminate. I'm already feeling the wisdom radiating from this combination.
Right.
What kind of impact can they have together?
Get ready to be inspired. The 33 embodies profound wisdom, a deep understanding of human nature, and of course a genuine desire to heal and uplift others.
Wow, just thinking about a 9 and a 33 teaming up in the real world, it's like, give me goosebumps.
It's powerful stuff.
We're talking about serious world-changing potential here.
Absolutely. I mean, you combine the 33's wisdom with that 9 energy, their empathy, their drive to serve others.
It's like a recipe for making the world a better place.
Exactly. They could transform lives on a massive scale. I'm talking about the Nelson Mandelas, the Mother Teresas of the world.
Wow, those are some powerful examples. But I have to imagine dedicating your life to that level of service, it can't be easy.
Oh, for sure. It comes with its own set of challenges. And, both 9s and 33s, they have this tendency, it's almost like they forget about themselves.
Because they're so focused on helping others.
Exactly. They're constantly giving, and they forget to refill their own cup, you know?
Right, the classic savior complex trap.
Yes. And that's something this pairing really needs to be mindful of. Boundaries, self-care, remembering that they can't pour from an empty cup. Those are essential practices for this duo to really thrive.
Balance seems to be a recurring theme for the number 9, no matter what other energies are at play. But wow, this whole conversation has been so eye-opening. Who knew numbers could reveal so much about us? Our work styles, our relationships, even just like who we are at our core.
Right. It's pretty remarkable. And you know what? We've only just scratched the surface of numerology.
Really? There's so much more to learn.
Oh, tons more. But before we get carried away with all the possibilities, I think it's important to take a step back and connect these insights back to the bigger picture.
Because at the end of the day, it's not just about knowing our numbers or trying to predict our ideal career paths.
No, it's bigger than that. Numerology is really a tool for self-discovery.
Okay, I like that. A tool for self-discovery. So how does the number 9 specifically fit into that?
Well, remember, 9 represents the completion of a cycle. It embodies all those energies that come before it.
Right.
So for people who resonate with the number 9, their journey is often about continuous growth, transformation, and really seeking out their purpose.
It's like climbing a mountain, right? You reach the top, you feel that sense of accomplishment, but then you realize the journey's not over.
Exactly. You've just got a new perspective, and it's time to start a fresh climb.
I love that analogy.
And that sense of cyclical growth, it's a recurring theme for nines. They're constantly evolving, transforming, seeking deeper meaning in everything they do.
They're the eternal students of life, always asking those big questions.
Precisely. They understand that life isn't a straight line, it's a spiral. And with each loop around that spiral, we get to learn, we get to grow, and we get to become a little bit more ourselves.
Takes the pressure off needing to have everything figured out right now, you know.
Exactly. We're all works in progress.
100%. Speaking of embracing the journey, one of our sources described the number 9 as a path of growth, transformation, and enlightenment.
It's a powerful way to put it, and it speaks to the immense potential that we all have within us.
So how do we tap into that potential, regardless of our numerology chart? What can we do to invite a little more growth, a little more transformation, maybe even a little enlightenment into our lives?
It starts with self-awareness. Numerology can be a great tool for that, right? But it's not a magic solution. We have to be willing to put in the work.
Right.
To reflect on our strengths, our challenges, the things that hold us back.
So it's not enough to just know our numbers. We have to actually do something with that knowledge.
Yes. It's about asking yourself those tough questions like, what are my weaknesses? Where do I get stuck? But also, what are my strengths? What kind of impact do I want to have on the world? Because at the end of the day, we're all here to contribute something meaningful.
You know, in numerology, this attraction to 11 suggests your life path number might be an 11, too.
A life path number.
Yeah, it's calculated using your birth date, and it can reveal so much about your core strengths, your challenges, even your overall purpose. It's really quite fascinating.
Okay, let's unpack this a bit. We keep hearing 11 called a master number. What makes it so special?
Master numbers are like the VIPs of numerology. 11, 22, and 33. They have this heightened energetic vibration. It's like they're tuned into a different frequency, picking up on subtle cues and energies that others might miss.
That makes a lot of sense. It's like those times you walk into a room and you just feel the energy, whether good or bad. It sounds like 11s are really tuned into that kind of thing.
Exactly. 11 is often called the intuitive master or the spiritual messenger. It represents a kind of balance, a bridge between the physical and spiritual realms.
So if your life path number is 11, what does that actually mean for you day to day?
Imagine being highly intuitive, seeing patterns others miss, feeling deeply connected to something bigger than yourself. That's the essence of a life path 11. You're a visionary, a natural healer, a potential leader. But this sensitivity can also be, well, a bit of a double-edged sword.
Okay, let's dive into the specifics. The sources mention both positive and challenging aspects of being an 11. Where do we even start?
Let's begin with the strengths. 11s are naturally empathetic and creative. Their sensitivity allows them to connect deeply with others and the world around them.
It's like they have this built-in radar for emotions and energy.
Exactly. This makes them incredibly compassionate friends, partners, family members. They just get what others are feeling, often even without words.
That's amazing, but I can also see how that could be overwhelming at times. Like, how do you not get completely drained by feeling everything so intensely?
That's where the challenges come in. While 11s have these incredible gifts, they can also be prone to anxiety and self-doubt. Balancing their inner world with everyday life is a lifelong journey for them.
It's like they're always walking this tightrope between their intuition and the demands of the real world.
You've got it. They might receive these incredible intuitive downloads, but then question if they're real or if they're just, overthinking things. Learning to trust their inner voice is a huge part of their journey.
Wow, that totally resonates with what you were saying earlier about feeling like you have a greater purpose. It's like they have this inner knowing, but it can also be scary to step into that fully.
Precisely. It often takes time for 11s to own their power and step into their purpose. But when they do, they can achieve remarkable things.
Before we jump into those achievements, let's explore some specific strengths of a life path 11, because it sounds like they have a lot to offer.
They really do. One of their most notable strengths is their capacity for intuitive insight. It's like they have a direct line to, something bigger than themselves, as you said. This makes them natural healers, teachers, and guides. People are drawn to their energy and insights.
I can see that. They just seem to radiate this warmth and understanding. It's magnetic.
Absolutely. And that ties into another one of their strengths, visionary leadership. 11s aren't just dreamers. They're also doers. They have a way of inspiring and motivating others to achieve their full potential. They're often catalysts for positive change in their communities and the world.
So they're not afraid to dream big and get their hands dirty, making those dreams a reality.
Exactly. They have a unique ability to blend their intuitive insights with practical action. However, this doesn't mean they're immune to challenges. In fact, their strengths can sometimes become their weaknesses if they're not careful.
Okay, let's talk about those challenges in more detail, because it sounds like they're two sides of the same coin.
Their sensitivity, while a beautiful trait, can also make them prone to emotional overwhelm. Imagine being a sponge, absorbing the energy of everyone and everything around you. It can be exhausting if they don't create healthy boundaries.
That makes total sense. It's like they need to learn how to shield their energy, almost like a force field or something.
Exactly. Meditation, nature, creative expression, these are all essential tools for 11s to kind of recharge and protect their energy. Otherwise, they could easily burn out, become overwhelmed by the intensity of everything.
And then there's that whole thing about self-doubt, right? You mentioned they sometimes question their own intuition. How do they overcome that?
That's the million-dollar question for a lot of 11s, isn't it? Because their insights are often so unconventional, so ahead of their time, they may not always trust themselves. It's important for them to surround themselves with supportive people who encourage them to embrace their uniqueness, even if it feels a little out there sometimes.
So it's finding that balance between trusting their gut, but also having a reality check now and then.
Precisely. It's like any strength,
Yeah.
It needs to be balanced and honed over time.
You mentioned relationships earlier. The sources actually provided a detailed compatibility chart for 11, which feels like essential information for, anyone with this life path number.
Absolutely. This chart is fascinating. It breaks down how 11 interacts with other life path numbers, in love, friendship, work. For example, a relationship with a life path 2 can be harmonious and supportive, while with an 8, there might be a clash of ambition versus spirituality. It's really quite insightful.
You know how you were saying how 11s are always feeling things so deeply? It seems like a life path 2 friend would totally get that. They're all about creating this peaceful, supportive environment, which is exactly what an 11 often needs to thrive.
Exactly. And that's why understanding these dynamics can be so helpful for 11s, It's not about limiting themselves to certain numbers, but rather about gaining insights into potential strengths and challenges in the relationships.
Okay, let's unpack this compatibility chart a bit because there's a lot to cover. Where do we even begin?
Let's start with romantic relationships, specifically 11 with a life path 1. This pairing can be quite dynamic. The 1's independence and confidence, it can really inspire the 11's intuitive nature. And the 11 can help the 1 tap into, their deeper emotions.
So they each bring something unique to the table. That sounds exciting.
It can be. However, the 11 may feel overwhelmed by the 1's assertiveness at times, so open communication is essential. Both partners need to be mindful of the other's needs, their communication styles.
Communication is key, right? No matter your life path number.
Absolutely. Now, a pairing with a life path 2 tends to be much more harmonious. Both numbers share a deep emotional understanding, allowing for a very nurturing bond. The 2's sensitivity really complements the 11's intuitive insights, fostering a very supportive environment.
It sounds like a very emotionally in-tune pairing. What about 11 with a 3?
This combination can be quite vibrant and inspiring. The 3's creativity and playfulness can be really uplifting for the 11, encouraging them to, express their ideas more freely. However, the 11 may sometimes feel that the 3 lacks depth, so, it might take some effort to delve into more serious discussions.
It's like in any relationship, right? Finding that balance between lighthearted fun and those deeper conversations is so important.
Exactly. Now, a pairing with a 4 can be a bit more challenging. The 4's practicality may clash with the 11's, let's say, visionary ideas. And this can lead to misunderstandings. The 11 can help the 4 tap into their intuitive side, while the 4 can ground the 11's lofty ideals. It's all about finding that balance.
It's a bit of a reality check for the 11, perhaps?
In a way, yes, but a necessary one. They need to find that balance between dreams and reality for a successful relationship.
Now, the relationship between a 5 and an 11 sounds interesting. What are some of the dynamics at play there?
This pairing is exciting, but unpredictable. The 11's intuitive nature can provide stability to the 5's adventurous spirit, while the 5 can help the 11 embrace, spontaneity. However, the 11 might feel unsettled by the 5's need for freedom, so patience and mutual respect are really important in this dynamic.
Freedom is important for a 5, though, right? It's one of their defining traits.
Absolutely. Which is why open communication is so crucial in this pairing.
What about with a 6? They're known for being the nurturers, right?
Yes. This pairing is generally very supportive and loving. The 6's nurturing qualities resonate well with the 11's sensitivity. Together, they create a harmonious home environment, with the 11's intuition guiding their their emotional connection.
Sounds like a match made in heaven. But even in the best pairings, communication is still important, right?
You got it. Open and honest communication is essential in any relationship, no matter how compatible you are, on paper. Now, when it comes to a 7, both numbers share a spiritual and introspective nature, creating a very deep bond. The 11's intuitive insights can complement the 7's quest for knowledge, fostering intellectual and emotional growth.
It's like they challenge each other to grow on a soul level. What could be better than that?
It's a beautiful thing to witness. However, both the 11 and the 7 may need to, make sure they don't retreat too much into their own worlds. It's about prioritizing the connection, too.
That makes sense. They need to find a balance between their shared inner worlds and their life together. Right.
Exactly. Moving on to the number 8, this relationship can be intense and complex. The 8's ambition, their focus on material success, it might clash with the 11's more spiritual pursuits.
That sounds like a pretty fundamental difference in values.
It can be a major point of friction. However, the 11 can help the 8 connect with their intuition, while the 8 can provide a sense of direction for the 11. It's all about navigating those differences, finding that common ground.
It's about finding that middle ground where both partners feel fulfilled, understood. What about a relationship between an 11 and a 9?
This bond is often quite profound. Both are idealistic and compassionate, drawn to humanitarian causes. The 11's intuitive insights can really inspire the 9's altruistic nature, often leading to a very meaningful partnership.
What a power couple, making a real difference in the world together.
They can accomplish incredible things. However, both should be cautious of becoming too absorbed in their ideals. Making sure they're staying grounded is important.
It's important to stay grounded even when you're striving for something bigger than yourselves. That makes a lot of sense.
Exactly.
This compatibility chart is fascinating, but I'm also curious about how these dynamics play out in friendships. What kind of friends are 11s drawn to, and how can they navigate those relationships in a way that feels supportive and fulfilling?
That's such a great question. 11s often thrive in friendships where they feel seen, heard, and appreciated for their unique perspective. They're drawn to people who are open-minded, compassionate, and who encourage their spiritual and creative pursuits.
It's like they need friends who get them on a soul level.
Exactly. They don't need a lot of friends, but the ones they have are incredibly special to them.
So how do the different life path numbers play into these friendships? Is it similar to romantic relationships?
There are definitely some similarities. For example, friendships with 2s and 6s tend to be incredibly nurturing and supportive for 11s. They provide that safe space for them to be vulnerable, to process their emotions.
That makes sense. 2s and 6s are all about creating harmony, offering support.
Exactly. And then you have friendships with 3s and 5s, which can be a ton of fun and adventure for 11s. They bring out their playful side and encourage them to, step outside of their comfort zones a bit.
It's like that perfect balance of deep connection and lighthearted fun.
You got it. Now, friendships with 4s can be grounding and stabilizing for 11s, but they might also bump heads now and then when it comes to, practicality versus idealism. It's important for 11s to remember that not everyone sees the world through the same intuitive lens.
So a bit of patience and understanding is required.
Absolutely. But that's true in any friendship, isn't it?
So true. What about friendships with 7s? Those sound intriguing.
11s and 7s can have these incredible conversations about philosophy, spirituality, the mysteries of the universe, you name it. They challenge each other intellectually and encourage each other's spiritual growth.
It's like they speak the same soul language.
Exactly. But again, they need to make sure they don't get too caught up in their own heads and forget to, nurture the friendship itself.
Balance, balance, balance. It seems to be a recurring theme for 11s in all areas of life.
It really is. And that brings us to friendships with 8s. These can be incredibly stimulating and motivating for 11s, but they can also be a source of conflict if they're not careful.
Because of the 8's focus on ambition and material success.
Exactly. 8s can teach 11s a lot about setting goals and achieving them, in the material world. But 11s need to make sure they're not compromising their own values or spiritual pursuits in the process.
It's like they need to stay true to themselves, even when they're surrounded by different energies and perspectives.
You nailed it. And then we have friendships with 9s, which are often based on shared ideals, a desire to make a positive impact on the world.
Those sound like powerful alliances for good.
They really can be. 11s and 9s can accomplish incredible things together when they combine their vision, their compassion, their drive to make a difference.
I love that. So we've covered romantic relationships and friendships. What about work styles? What does this compatibility chart reveal about how 11s approach their careers and collaborations with others?
In a work setting, 11s are at their best when they can tap into their intuition, their creativity, their vision. They need a career path that feels meaningful, that allows them to make a positive contribution to the world. They don't do well in rigid or, soul-crushing environments.
So no corporate ladder climbing for them.
Maybe not in the traditional sense. They thrive in environments where they have freedom and flexibility, where their contributions are valued.
So what kind of careers are a good fit for an 11 then? We've already mentioned healers and teachers, but what else?
They often excel in creative fields: writing, music, art, design. They're also drawn to careers that allow them to help others, such as counseling, social work, energy healing, that sort of thing.
It's like they need a career that lights up their soul and allows them to use their gifts to make a difference.
Exactly. They're not motivated by money or status, but rather by a desire to live a meaningful life, aligned with their values.
I love that. So how do these different life path number dynamics play out in a work setting?
It can definitely influence their working relationships and collaborations. For example, 11s often work well with 1s, as the 1's leadership and drive can help, bring their visions to life. However, 11s need to make sure they're not being overshadowed or, steamrolled in the process.
It's about finding that balance of collaboration, making sure their voice is heard.
Precisely. Now, collaborations with 2s can be very harmonious and productive, as 2s are naturally supportive and diplomatic. However, 11s need to make sure they're communicating their ideas clearly, as 2s might not always pick up on those intuitive leaps.
So clear and direct communication is key, even when you're working with someone who's naturally empathetic and in tune.
Absolutely. And then you have collaborations with 3s, which can be incredibly creative and innovative. 3s bring a sense of fun and spontaneity to the table, which can help lighten up the 11's, let's say, sometimes serious energy.
Sounds like a recipe for some groundbreaking ideas.
It definitely can be. But as with romantic relationships, 11s may need to encourage their 3 colleagues to, delve a bit deeper, focus on the practicalities of turning those ideas into reality.
That can be. But they can also be incredibly productive if both parties are willing to understand and respect each other's perspectives. 11s can help 4s tap into their intuition, think outside the box a little, while 4s can help 11s ground their ideas in reality, create solid plans for execution.
It's about finding that sweet spot where creativity and practicality intersect. Exactly. And then you have collaborations with 5s, which can be incredibly dynamic and fast-paced. 5s love change and new experiences, which can be inspiring for 11s, but 11s need to make sure they're not, getting swept up in chaos or losing sight of the bigger picture.
So a bit of grounding energy is needed there.
Definitely. And clear boundaries are essential, as 5s need their freedom and independence, which can sometimes clash with the 11's desire for, deep connection.
That makes sense. What about working relationships with 6s? They seem like natural nurturers, so I imagine they create a very supportive work environment.
You're right. 11s and 6s can be a fantastic team, as they both genuinely care about creating a harmonious and productive work environment. 6s are incredibly supportive and nurturing, which can help 11s feel appreciated, valued.
It's like having a work bestie who always has your back.
Exactly. However, it's important for 11s to remember that 6s can also be a bit sensitive, so they need to be mindful of their communication style, make sure they're not inadvertently hurting their feelings.
So even with the best of intentions, communication mishaps can happen.
Absolutely. Which is why open and honest communication is so important in any working relationship. Now, working with 7s can be both inspiring and challenging for 11s. 7s are deep thinkers, truth seekers, which resonates with the 11's desire for knowledge and understanding. However, 7s can also be quite independent and prefer to work alone, which can sometimes make 11s feel like they're not quite on the same page.
So finding that balance between collaboration and giving each other space is key.
Exactly. And then you have collaborations with 8s, which can be highly productive but also potentially volatile. 8s are driven by success and achievement, which can motivate 11s to, step up their game. However, 11s need to make sure they're not being pushed into a role that feels inauthentic or compromising their values for the sake of achieving someone else's goals.
It's about staying true to their own path, even when they're working towards a common goal.
You got it. And finally, we have collaborations with 9s, which are often incredibly inspiring and fulfilling for 11s. Nines share their passion for making a difference in the world and are often drawn to similar causes and projects.
It sounds like they could achieve some incredible things together.
They absolutely can. They just need to make sure they're both on the same page in terms of their vision and approach, and that they're both feeling equally valued and appreciated for their contributions.
So it all comes back to communication, respect, and finding that balance between individual needs and shared goals.
You said it.
This is all fascinating stuff, but it's just one aspect of a life path 11, right? The sources also mention some really interesting insights about how this number influences your approach to health, personal growth, even family dynamics. What stood out to you in those areas?
Oh, absolutely. There's so much more to explore. Well, when it comes to health, remember how we talked about 11s being like emotional sponges? Well, that sensitivity, it doesn't just impact their relationships, it impacts their physical well-being too.
So it's not just about like eating your vegetables and getting enough sleep.
Those are important for everyone, of course. But for 11s, managing stress, emotional overwhelm, that's crucial. The sources really emphasize practices like meditation, energy work, spending time in nature, things that help them recharge, de-stress.
It's like they need to find their own personal sanctuary, a place to stay balanced.
Exactly. And on that note of balance, let's talk about personal growth. For a life path 11, this isn't just about, picking up a new hobby. It's about a deep dive into their spiritual side.
So really leaning into those nicknames we discussed, intuitive, master, spiritual messenger. But what does that actually look like practically?
It's different for everyone, of course, but it often involves exploring practices like meditation, energy healing, maybe even dabbling in astrology or tarot, things like that. It's about connecting with their intuition, trusting that inner voice.
And probably questioning everything along the way, right? Like we were saying before, self-doubt seems to be a big part of their journey.
Absolutely. It's not always a smooth ride, but that's where the personal growth comes in, learning to navigate those doubts and trust their own inner wisdom.
No, what about family dynamics? How does being a life path 11 influence their roles within their families?
11s often have this deep sense of empathy and compassion, which makes them natural caregivers, nurturers. They're often the ones their family members turn to for support, guidance.
It's like they have this innate ability to understand and connect with others on an emotional level without even trying.
Exactly. They can just sense what their loved ones are feeling, even if they don't say it out loud. This can be a beautiful thing, but it can also be, draining if they're not careful.
Mm-hmm.
It's important for 11s to set boundaries within their families, just like in any other relationship, to avoid emotional burnout.
So it's about finding that balance between being there for their loved ones, but also prioritizing their own well-being.
Exactly. And that can be a lifelong balancing act, especially for 11s.
So we've talked about how Life Path 11 influences relationships, careers, health, personal growth, family dynamics. Is there anything else that really stood out to you about this master number?
We've covered a lot of ground, but one thing we haven't touched on yet is the significance of the number 11 appearing repeatedly in your life. Like, seeing it everywhere you look.
Oh, you mean like on clocks, license plates, receipts, like the universe is trying to get your attention.
Exactly. This is often referred to as like a wake-up call from the universe.
Okay, so what is the universe trying to tell you when it bombards you with 11s?
It's a sign to pay attention to your intuition, to trust your gut, to align your actions with your soul's purpose. It's a reminder that you're on the right path, even if it doesn't always feel like it.
Wow, that's powerful. It's like a little cosmic nudge from the universe saying like, hey, I see you, keep going.
Precisely. It's a reminder that you're not alone on this journey and that you have the support of something much bigger than yourself.
This has been such an incredible deep dive. I feel like I've gained a whole new understanding of the number 11 and honestly the amazing people who resonate with this energy.
Me too. It's been such a pleasure exploring these insights with you.
Before we wrap things up, is there anything else you want to share with our listeners about navigating life as a potential life path 11?
Embrace your intuition, nurture your spiritual side, and remember that you're here to make a difference in the world. Your sensitivity is a gift, not a burden. Trust yourself, trust your journey, and don't be afraid to shine your light brightly.
What's fascinating is that 22, it kind of combines those energies of the number 2, representing cooperation, intuition, and the number 4. And 4 is like all about practicality, building a solid foundation. And it's this unique blend that gives 22 this master builder title. Like it suggests this powerful ability to like really manifest dreams into reality.
Oh, wow. So it's like having the blueprint AG, the construction crew all in one. I can see why the research mentions strengths, like being visionary and ambitious. But then there's also these like potential downsides,
Yeah.
like high expectations, maybe a tendency to overwork yourself. So how do those aspects balance out, especially for someone like you who resonates with this 22 energy?
It's that classic great power, great responsibility.
Right, right.
Like that same ambition that can lead to these incredible achievements, it can also lead to burnout if you're not, managing it mindfully. For example, that drive to excel in your career, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
But are you remembering to prioritize downtime, self-care, things like that, to avoid burning out? Recognizing those tendencies in yourself, that's key. It allows you to leverage those strengths, but also mitigate those challenges that might come up.
Yeah, it's like you have all the tools to build this amazing skyscraper, but you got to remember to take breaks.
Right.
You don't want to wear yourself out before it's even finished. I'm also curious about how this plays out in your relationships with others. You've got some information here about how 22 interacts with other numbers in all sorts of relationships. And one that stood out to me was the pairing of 22 and 5, especially in a work environment. Sounds like it could be really exciting, but maybe a tad chaotic.
That's a good point. Because the number 5 really craves change. They thrive on that spontaneity, whereas you as a 22, you seek more structure and stability. It's not about being incompatible, though. It's more about understanding those core needs that each number has. So imagine you're collaborating with a 5 in the workplace. They might thrive in a fast-paced, ever-changing environment like a tech startup or something.
Right.
While you might naturally gravitate toward maybe more established systems or long-term goals.
That makes a lot of sense. And this actually ties in with what one of these articles says about a 22 paired with a 3 in a business partnership. Tons of creativity, but the 22 might need to provide some, gentle guidance to kind of keep things on track. It seems like, you got this knack for bringing ideas into reality, even if it means reining things in a bit.
Absolutely. Because the playful, expressive energy of a 3, it can be so stimulating for a 22, sparking new ideas, new approaches. However, the 22 might find themselves kind of naturally taking the lead when it comes to organization, making sure deadlines are met, that projects are executed effectively, like a choreographer and a dancer, you know what I mean? You need both that creative vision and those structured steps to create something really amazing.
Oh, I like that. Speaking of amazing, this research suggests that a 22 paired with an 11 or a 33 in any area of life seems especially powerful. What makes those pairings so dynamic?
Well, they're all master numbers. So there's this shared intensity and this potential for really, really profound connection, meaning they understand each other's drive, ambition, and even those potential challenges that we talked about.
Yeah, right.
So imagine the humanitarian impact a 22 and a 33 could make together, or the spiritual depth that a 22 and an 11 might explore as friends. These pairings have the potential to really uplift and inspire each other to do incredible things.
That's amazing. But even with those shared vibrations, communication is still crucial, right? It's not all smooth sailing just because you're both master numbers.
Oh, absolutely. It's about acknowledging those individual needs within a partnership. Even though they're operating on a similar frequency, a 22's focus on practicality, it might clash with an 11's more idealistic nature, or, a 33's all-encompassing compassion might feel overwhelming to a 22 at times. Open and honest communication, that's key to navigating those differences, no matter how in sync those numbers might seem. Individuals aligned with 22 often feel drawn to, explore their spiritual side. And it's not even necessarily about organized religion or anything. It's more about this really deep connection to their inner selves, this yearning for something bigger than themselves. Practices like meditation or getting lost in creative expression, those can be super fulfilling for a 22.
Yeah, that totally tracks. If you're naturally drawn to building and manifesting in the material world, it makes sense that you'd also be drawn to exploring that deeper meaning, the purpose, the why behind the how of it all.
Exactly.
And this actually seems to tie into another aspect that your research highlights, which is this humanitarian side of the number 22. It's not just about personal ambition, right?
No, not at all. While people with a strong 22 influence are often very driven to achieve their own goals, they also have this really deep-seated desire to contribute to something much larger than themselves. You might find yourself drawn to service-oriented careers, or community involvement, maybe getting involved with projects that promote social change. It's about making a positive impact on the world around you.
So it's not just about building skyscrapers. It's about building a better future for everyone.
Yes.
Your ambition naturally extends to encompass the well-being of others. And speaking of how your ambition might show up in different areas of your life, 22 interacts with other numbers in love and friendships. And this is where it gets really interesting. So what can you tell us about these connections?
Oh, it definitely adds another layer. Remember how we were talking about 22 seeking balance, especially in relationships?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that plays out in really fascinating ways depending on the other person's numerology. For example, your research mentions that a 22 paired with a 2 in a love connection, it can be incredibly harmonious.
Yes. They both really seem to value those close, supportive connections. But what makes that pairing stand out in particular? Like, what is it about the energy of a 2 that complements a 22 so well?
So the 2 brings this very nurturing and supportive energy to the table, which beautifully complements that ambitious drive of the 22. You know, they understand each other's emotional needs almost instinctively, and they create this really safe space for each other to really thrive, both individually and as a couple.
That sounds lovely. But I imagine even in such a harmonious pairing, there are still challenges that come up, right?
Of course, of course. And your research points to one potential pitfall, which is the 22 might need to be mindful of not letting their ambition overshadow the emotional needs of their partner. The 2 really thrives on connection, affection, you know. And if the 22 gets too caught up in their world of achieving and building, their partner might start to feel a little bit neglected.
It's like you got to remember to water the garden, even when you're busy building the greenhouse.
That's a great analogy.
You need both to really flourish. Speaking of potential challenges, I'm noticing some interesting insights about a 22 paired with an 8, particularly when it comes to friendships. It seems like a little bit of a mixed bag.
Ah, yes, the 22 and the 8. Both are ambitious powerhouses, you know. They're driven to succeed, to make their mark on the world. And this can be a really dynamic, motivating friendship. They can really push each other to reach new heights.
Yeah, like mutual cheerleaders on the road to success. But I feel like there's a but coming. What are some of those potential pitfalls with this pairing?
Well, they both need to be very mindful of their competitive sides. Both 22 and 8 have this natural inclination to lead.
Right.
And if they're not careful, it could lead to power struggles or conflicts of interest. Which isn't to say these friendships are doomed from the start, but open communication, having a foundation of mutual respect, that's vital for them to really thrive.
It's like having 2 captains on a ship.
Yeah.
You really got to establish those clear roles, communicate effectively, or you're headed for mutiny.
Exactly.
Or even, like, imagine 2 CEOs starting a business together. The potential for success is huge, but they really need to be on the same page to avoid getting in their own way. Now, we've talked about love, we've talked about friendship, but your research also looks at how these numerical connections play out in the workplace as well.
And this is really where that practical, organized side of the 22 can shine. You're natural organizers, builders, strategists. It makes sense that you do well in environments where you could put your vision into action and make a tangible difference.
So it's no surprise that your research points to the combo of a 22 and a 4 in the workplace as being a super productive pairing.
Absolutely. This pairing is all about hard work, dedication, creating systems that really stand the test of time. They understand each other's work ethic, they both appreciate that structure, that order, and they complement each other's strengths in these really practical ways.
But even in such a seemingly compatible pairing, I imagine there are still potential pitfalls to avoid.
Of course, of course. Both 22 and 4 can get so laser focused on work that they might start to neglect other areas of their lives. You know, maybe burning the midnight oil a little too often, skipping social events, or just forgetting to take a break.
Workaholics united. But it is a good reminder that even the most ambitious projects won't bring you fulfillment if you're too burnt out to enjoy the fruits of your labor, 22 energy manifests as business and financial matters. This seems like an area where that master builder energy can really pay off, like turning dreams into profitable ventures. But it's not just about individual ambition in the business world, is it?
Right, you're onto something there. In the business world, that 22 energy, it's not just about, individual pursuits. It's also about forging these powerful partnerships. And one pairing that your research highlights is the dynamic duo, a 22 and a 9, especially in a business context.
It does seem like a match made for positive change. So what makes this pairing so special?
Well, the 9, with that inherent compassion and desire to serve humanity, it brings this really powerful sense of purpose to the table. And this resonates deeply with your desire to make a positive impact. And then the 22, with that strategic mind, that ability to manifest, They provide the structure and drive to turn those humanitarian visions into reality. So it's more than just, building a business. It's about building a better world.
So it's like a social enterprise powerhouse.
Yeah.
What kind of like businesses could you see this pairing excelling in, considering those combined strengths?
Oh, the possibilities are really endless. They could create sustainable businesses that empower local communities or develop innovative technologies to combat environmental challenges, or even establish educational platforms that promote, global understanding, empathy.
Mm.
The key is that their work aligns with those shared values of compassion, service, making a real impact.
It's almost like they've cracked the code for like blending profit with purpose, which is incredible. But I mean, even with the best of intentions, even with highly compatible numbers, there's always going to be, moments of disagreement, maybe even a little competition. How do these 22 energies play out in those trickier relationship dynamics?
Such an important question, and your research really emphasizes this. Communication is key, perhaps even more so when things get a little tough. Because remember, you, as a 22, you're a natural leader. However, that drive, that determination, it can sometimes even unintentionally overshadow the needs and perspectives of others.
So are you saying there's a chance that 22s might need to watch out for those my way or the highway tendencies?
It's not about being domineering on purpose or anything. It's more about being mindful that, that 22 ambition, it might overshadow empathy at times. And that's where cultivating self-awareness is so important.
Okay, so active listening, being open to compromise, really seeking to understand those different perspectives. These are all essential skills for 22s to develop.
Yes, exactly. Remember, even the most visionary leader, they need to make space for collaboration. Sometimes the best ideas come from the most unexpected places. It's about finding that balance, that master builder energy with a good dose of humility and a willingness to, learn and grow alongside others.
It's like that saying, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together.
Beautifully put.
Seems to really encapsulate it. And those influenced by the number 22, with their ambition and vision, they're playing that long game.
Absolutely.
It's not just building for today, it's building for a lifetime and beyond. Which actually, it leads to a question that if 22 is all about manifesting dreams into reality, what happens when those dreams are right on the verge of becoming tangible? Does that 22 energy help navigate that next phase? Or does something else kind of take over?
Wow, that is fascinating. That's something to really ponder. Perhaps it's that, grounded, methodical nature of the 4 that becomes even more prominent, ensuring those final stages of manifestation are handled with care, precision, or maybe a totally different energy comes into play. Who knows?
Right. It really makes you think maybe it's less about building at that point and more about nurturing and sustaining what's already been created.
Yeah.
Whatever it may be, it speaks to this ever-evolving nature of numerology and how these energies, they interact with and influence us at every stage of life.
Absolutely. And it really underscores how understanding these energies can give us such valuable insights into ourselves, our potential.
It's definitely given us a lot to think about. So for anyone listening who resonates with the energy of a 22, remember, embrace those strengths, be mindful of those potential, challenges, and most importantly, never stop exploring.
Yeah.
33 has a certain, shall we say, gravitas that really sets it apart.
You got it. I was looking over the excerpts you pulled, and I have to admit, even for someone like me who's fascinated by this stuff, the number 33 always felt a little intense.
It absolutely is. It's like the energy of a compassionate earthquake, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Okay, so for our listener who might be new to numerology, let's start with the basics. What exactly makes a number a master number, and what makes 33 so special, even among its VIP number peers?
Good point. So in numerology, we've got the master numbers 11, 22, and our star of the show, 33. These numbers carry a higher vibration, if you will. They represent heightened potential, but also amplified challenges. They're like the overachievers of the numerology world. And 33, well, it's often called the master teacher, and for good reason.
Okay. Master teacher sounds about as high vibe as it gets. So what are some of the core traits we see associated with this number?
Think about the most compassionate, empathetic person you know. Someone who seems to radiate warmth and understanding. That's a lot of 33 energy right there. This number is all about unconditional love service to humanity, nurturing, healing. Basically, they're here to make the world a better place, and they feel that responsibility deeply.
So I'm picturing someone drawn to careers like teaching, counseling, maybe even social work.
Absolutely. They naturally gravitate toward roles where they can make a tangible difference in the lives of others. And here's the thing. Their compassion isn't just surface level. We're talking about a deep well of empathy. They have this incredible ability to tap into other people's emotions to truly understand where they're coming from.
Okay, now that sounds both amazing and exhausting. Like, can you imagine being that emotionally tuned in all the time? It's like they have an antenna picking up everyone's feelings.
Exactly. And that's actually one of the potential challenges that comes with the 33 energy. Because they're so incredibly sensitive, they can have a hard time setting boundaries. They might take on too much, try to fix everyone's problems, and end up feeling depleted or even resentful.
It's like they need a giant do not disturb sign sometimes so they can recharge their own emotional batteries. But on the flip side, I bet having a 33 in your corner is pretty amazing.
They're the friend you call when you need a shoulder to cry on, right?
Absolutely. They're the ultimate givers. But here's where things get really interesting. We've been talking about 33 in a bit of a vacuum. But in numerology, how a number interacts with other numbers, especially in relationships, can be really telling. It's like each number has its own unique energy signature, and those energies can either harmonize or well clash.
Okay, so let's get into those dynamics. Let's say you've got a 33, and just for kicks, let's start with the number 1. What kind of energy are we talking about with that combo? So 1 is all about individuality, independence, taking charge. Now, when you pair that with the nurturing, giving energy of a 33, you have the potential for some real fireworks.
Ooh, spicy. Okay, tell me more.
Well, in a romantic relationship, for example, 01 might find the 33's need for constant connection a bit stifling. They might feel smothered by all that nurturing energy. On the other hand, the 33 might perceive the 1 as being emotionally distant or even a bit cold.
So it's like a clash of love languages almost.
Exactly. But it's not all doom and gloom. These two numbers can actually complement each other really well in other areas of life. Think business partnerships, friendships, even creative collaborations. The 1 brings that go-getter energy, and the 33 brings the heart and the vision.
Okay, so maybe not always the best romantic pairing, but there's potential for a powerful dynamic nonetheless. I like it. Now, speaking of powerful dynamics, what about 33 paired with, let's say, 2?
Now, this is a pairing that often sings. Think harmony, emotional depth, shared values. Both 2 and 33 are incredibly sensitive and in tune with the feelings of others. They thrive in environments where they can connect on a deep, soulful level.
I should just assume they're the type who finish each other's sentences and have those creepy, cute inside jokes, right?
Probably. But seriously, this is a combination where you often see deep, lasting love, incredible friendships, and a shared passion for making a difference in the world.
It's like they bring out the best in each other. Okay, so we've covered 1 and 2. What happens when you introduce a 33 to a 3? I'm already sensing a theme here with all the nurturing and sensitivity.
You're not wrong. This is a pairing that can be incredibly creative and joyful. Think about it. 3 brings the energy of fun self-expression and a love for life. Paired with the 33's compassion and desire to nurture, you get a combo that's often found in artistic pursuits, community endeavors, and really anything that allows them to express their big hearts and share their joy with the world.
I can see that. It's like a never-ending well of inspiration and good vibes. All right, moving right along our numerology lineup. What about the pairing of 33 and 4?
Now, here's where things get really interesting. We're going from that free-flowing 3 energy to the more grounded, practical energy of the 4. This pairing can be a bit of a mixed bag.
Ooh, intrigue. Tell me more.
Well, 4 is all about stability, structure, hard work. They value practicality and logic, which can sometimes clash with the 33's more idealistic and emotional nature.
So it's like the 4 is trying to build a foundation with concrete, and the 33 is over there like, but what about building it with good intentions and moonbeams?
That's a hilarious and actually quite accurate way to put it. But in all seriousness, while this combination can be challenging, it's not impossible. If both numbers are willing to understand and appreciate the other's perspective, there could be a really beautiful balance. The 4 can help the 33 stay grounded and focused, and the 33 can help the 4 tap into their more compassionate and emotional side.
It's like a classic case of opposites attract, but with a numerological twist. I'm picking up on a theme here, that understanding and balance are key no matter the number pairing.
You're absolutely right. It's about recognizing that each number brings its own strengths and weaknesses to the table, and it's the interplay of those energies that creates the magic or the mayhem.
Okay, I am hooked. So we've ticked through 1, 2, 3, and 4. What happens when you introduce the free-spirited energy of a 5 into the mix? 3, 3, and 5. Give me the scoop.
Fasten your seatbelts, because this pairing is all about adventure expansion and pushing boundaries. The 5 is the ultimate free spirit, always seeking new experiences, knowledge, and connections.
So basically the life of the party. How does that vibe with our compassionate 33?
Well, this is where things can get really interesting. On the one hand, you have this amazing potential for growth and exploration. The 5 can inspire the 33 to step outside their comfort zone and embrace new possibilities. And the 33, in turn, can help the 5 tap into their empathy and find more meaning in their experiences.
So instead of just jet-setting around the globe, the 5 is now building schools in underserved communities or something.
Exactly. The 33's influence can really help to ground the 5's energy and channel it into something truly impactful.
I love that. It's like they each bring out a side of each other that they didn't even know existed. But I also imagine that with all that free-flowing energy, this pairing could be prone to, shall we say, a little bit of chaos.
Oh, absolutely. This is not a combination known for its love of routine or stability. There's a lot of spontaneity, a lot of going with the flow, which can be both exhilarating and exhausting depending on your perspective. But one thing's for sure, this is a pairing that's never boring.
Okay, so if you're looking for a wild ride, find yourself a 3-3-5 combo. But maybe not if you're someone who thrives on predictability. All right, on to the next number on our list, 6. What happens when you blend the nurturing energy of 33 with the harmonious vibes of a 6?
This is a pairing that often feels like coming home. The 6 is all about balance, harmony, family, and creating a sense of peace and beauty in the world.
So a match made in numerological heaven.
You could say that. Both 33 and 6 are deeply caring and compassionate individuals. They value emotional connection. They thrive in environments where they feel safe and supported, and they're often drawn to creative pursuits or careers that allow them to nurture and heal others.
Okay, I'm already feeling the warm fuzzies from this combo.
Yeah.
But even with all that harmony, are there any potential downsides we should be aware of?
Well, one thing to consider is that both 33 and 6 can be a bit prone to, shall we say, putting others' needs before their own. There's a real risk of codependency in this pairing if they're not careful. It's important for both individuals to maintain their own sense of self and to create healthy boundaries within the relationship.
Right, because even the most harmonious relationship needs space to breathe. So self-care and boundaries.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's keep this numerology train rolling. We've covered a lot of ground here, but we've still got a few more numbers to explore before we get to the really juicy stuff. Up next, we're tackling the dynamic duo of 33 and 7. Hit me with those insights. Now, this pairing is where things can get really interesting. You see, 7 is the philosopher, the truth seeker of the numerology world. They're driven by a deep need to understand the world around them, and they're not afraid to ask the tough questions.
So we're going from a love of harmony to a love of knowledge. I can see how that might lead to some interesting conversations, to say the least.
Exactly. And that's actually one of the things that makes this pairing so fascinating. You have the 33's compassionate heart and desire to heal the world, paired with the 7's intellectual curiosity and drive to uncover truth.
I mean, if you think about it, those qualities aren't mutually exclusive. In fact, they can really complement each other, right?
Absolutely. When you combine the 33's heart-centered approach with the 7's analytical mind, you get a powerful force for good. Think about researchers who are dedicated to finding cures for diseases, or teachers who are passionate about inspiring the next generation of critical thinkers. These are just a couple of examples of how this pairing can manifest its unique energy in the world.
It's like the 33 provides the why and the 7 provides the how. I love it. But I also imagine this pairing can be prone to some pretty intense debates, am I right?
Oh, absolutely. Remember, 7s are not afraid to challenge the status quo. They question everything, and that can sometimes ruffle the 33's feathers.
Especially if the 33 feels like their deeply held beliefs are being challenged.
Exactly. But again, it's all about finding that balance. If both numbers can approach their differences with respect and an open mind, this could be an incredibly enriching and enlightening partnership.
Okay, so communication is key, as with most things in life. All right, on to our penultimate single-digit pairing, 33 and 8. Now, 8 always strikes me as the ambitious CEO of the numerology world. How does that energy play with our compassionate 33?
You're spot on with that CEO comparison. 8 is all about power, ambition, and material success. They're natural-born leaders and have a knack for turning their dreams into tangible realities.
Okay, so we've got the mover and shaker paired with the compassionate healer. That sounds like it could go a few different ways. What are some of the potential pitfalls we should be aware of with this pairing?
Well, one of the biggest challenges can be finding common ground when it comes to values and priorities. The 8 might prioritize financial success and career achievements, while the 33 might be more focused on service to others and making a difference in the world.
So it's that classic dilemma of money versus meaning.
Exactly. And if both individuals aren't careful, that difference in values can create a lot of tension in the relationship. The 8 might see the 33 as being too idealistic or impractical, while the 33 might view the 8 as being materialistic or even ruthless in their pursuit of success.
So not exactly a recipe for smooth sailing,
Yeah.
but again, it's all about finding that balance.
If both the 8 and the 33 can appreciate and respect the other's strengths, this can actually be a very dynamic and successful pairing.
Yeah.
The 8 can provide the drive and the vision, while the 33 can guard the heart, the compassion, and the ability to connect with others on a deeper level.
It's like the 8 paves the road and the 33 makes sure everyone feels welcome along the journey.
Okay.
I can dig it. Now for our final single-digit showdown, 33 and 9. 9 always gives me very wise old soul vibes. Am I on the right track?
You are. The 9 is often seen as the most evolved of the single-digit numbers. Think wisdom, compassion, and a deep understanding of the human experience.
So already sensing a lot of common ground with our 33.
Absolutely. This is a pairing with the potential for profound connection and shared purpose. Both 33 and 9 are driven by a desire to make the world a better place, and they're both incredibly empathetic and intuitive individuals.
Okay, I'm officially rooting for this pairing. They sound like the type who volunteer at animal shelters, donate to every charity, and probably cry during those ASPCA commercials.
Probably. But in all seriousness, this is a combination that can create some truly beautiful things in the world. They're natural healers, teachers, and mentors, and they have this incredible ability to inspire and uplift others.
I'm getting major heartwarming vibes from this combo.
Really?
But even with all that shared compassion and good intention, are there any potential challenges we should be aware of?
Well, one thing to be mindful of is that both 33 and 9 can be a bit idealistic. They have these big dreams for a better world, which is admirable, but it can also lead to disappointment if they're not careful.
So a little reality check now and then wouldn't hurt.
Exactly. It's important for both individuals to balance their idealism with a healthy dose of pragmatism. Otherwise, they risk getting lost in a world of their own making and losing touch with the realities of the human experience.
That makes sense. It's like
Okay.
you need a little bit of darkness to appreciate the light. Okay, so we've covered all our single-digit pairings. That was quite a ride. But now we're venturing into even more fascinating territory, the realm of master number pairings. Give me chills just thinking about it.
Get ready for some serious energy surges. When you pair a master number with another master number, you're basically doubling down on those amplified qualities, the intensity, the potential, the challenges. It's all taken to a whole new level.
Okay, I'm officially on the edge of my seat. So let's start with, say, 33 and 11. What happens when you combine the energy of the master teacher with the intuitive visionary vibes of an 11?
Get ready for some fireworks in the best way possible. This pairing is like a cosmic collision of spiritual understanding, heightened intuition, and a shared mission to elevate humanity. We're talking soulmate-level connections, groundbreaking collaborations. Imagine the kind of world-changing ideas they could cook up together.
Okay, I'm getting chills, but with all that intensity, there must be a flip side. What are some of the potential challenges this pairing might face?
Well, as you can imagine, this is not a combination known for its grounding energy. Both 33 and 11 can be incredibly sensitive and idealistic, so there's a risk of them getting lost in their own little world of heightened emotions and lofty aspirations.
So a little dose of practicality might be helpful to keep them from floating off into the ether.
Exactly. They need to balance their shared idealism with a healthy dose of realism. Otherwise, they risk becoming so overwhelmed by the weight of their mission that they burn out before they even really get started.
It's like that saying, you can't pour from an empty cup. Even master numbers need to recharge. All right, let's move on to our next master number pairing, 33 and 22. Now, if I remember correctly, 22 is all about building, creating, and making those big dreams a reality.
You nailed it. The 22 is the master builder of the numerology world. They possess this incredible ability to take those lofty visions and turn them into concrete structures, whether that's in the form of businesses, organizations, or even entire movements.
Okay, so if 33 is the visionary, 22 is the architect drawing up the blueprints to make it all happen. I love that. What happens when these two powerhouses join forces?
Get ready for some serious impact. This pairing is all about manifesting those big, heart-centered visions into the real world. Think about philanthropists who build schools in developing countries or entrepreneurs who create businesses that prioritize social responsibility. These are just a couple of examples of the kind of incredible things that can happen when a 33 and a 22 combine their powers for good.
It's like they each hold a piece of the puzzle, and together they create this beautiful, world-changing picture. But even with all that shared purpose and ambition, I imagine this pairing isn't without its challenges, right?
Of course. One potential pitfall is that the 22, with their focus on the practicalities of building and achieving, might accidentally bulldoze over the 33's more sensitive and emotional nature.
So clear communication is key as always. But in this case, it's not just about what they say, it's about how they say it right.
Exactly. The 22 needs to be mindful of their delivery and make sure they're not coming across as insensitive or dismissive of the 33's feelings. On the flip side, the 33 needs to be willing to communicate their needs clearly and assertively without becoming overly emotional or taking things personally.
It's like they're speaking different love languages, but instead of words of affirmation versus acts of service, it's more like language of efficiency versus language of compassion.
I like that. And as with any language barrier, the key to bridging that gap is empathy, understanding, and a willingness to meet in the middle.
All right, so we've covered 33 paired with the visionary 11 and the ambitious 22. Now for the grand finale, 33 with itself. Double the master teacher. What could possibly go wrong?
Don't worry, it's not an explosion of compassion overload, though it might feel that way sometimes. This pairing is all about amplifying those core 33 traits: unconditional love, deep empathy, and an unwavering commitment to serving humanity.
Okay, so we're talking soulmate energy times 2. But even with all that shared purpose and understanding, there must be some unique challenges this pairing needs to navigate, right?
You're absolutely right. One of the biggest potential pitfalls is that double 33s can easily fall into the trap of self-sacrifice. They're so focused on giving to others that they neglect their own needs, which can lead to resentment and burnout.
So it's that classic case of put your own oxygen mask on first before assisting others. Even master teachers need to practice self-care.
Precisely. And because they understand each other so deeply, they might not always communicate their own needs directly. They assume the other person just gets it, which can lead to misunderstandings and resentment down the line.
So even though they might feel like they're on the same wavelength, it's still important to over-communicate and make sure they're both feeling heard and supported.
Absolutely. Open, honest communication is essential for any relationship to thrive. But it's especially crucial for double 33s. They need to create a safe space where they can express their needs and desires without fear of judgment or criticism.
That makes sense. After all, even the most harmonious pairings benefit from a little open and honest dialogue, right?
Exactly. It's all about finding that balance between giving and receiving, between supporting others and honoring your own needs.
Wow, we've covered so much ground today, from single-digit dynamics to the complexities of master number pairings. It's really fascinating to see how those different energies can interact and influence each other. But now I'm curious, listening back to all of this, is there anything that particularly resonates with you? Have any of these number pairings sparked any aha moments for you?
You know, it's funny you should ask. I've actually been thinking about that a lot as we've been talking.
But don't leave me hanging. What's got you reflecting on all these numerological dynamics?
Well, I've always been drawn to helping professions, teaching, mentoring, that kind of thing. And I've definitely noticed some of those classic 33 tendencies in myself over the years. The difficulty setting boundaries, the tendency to take on other people's emotions.
It's like holding up a mirror to those number energies, isn't it? Sometimes it's not the most flattering reflection, but hey, self-awareness is the first step toward growth, right?
Exactly. And speaking of self-awareness, this deep dive wouldn't be complete without at least touching on the significance of having 33 as your life path number.
Right. Our source material focused a lot on individuals who have 33 as their life path number, suggesting these folks are here for a truly special purpose, destined to make a difference in the world, which really tracks with everything we've discussed so far.
Absolutely. And it makes sense when you think about all those core 33 traits: the compassion, the desire to serve, the ability to connect with others on a deep, soulful level. But here's the thing about numerology. It's not just about what your birth date says about you. It's also about the numbers that pop up in your life, kind of like guideposts along the way.
That's such a good point. So even if 33 isn't your life path number, seeing it repeatedly could still be a sign, right? Like a little cosmic wink from the universe.
Exactly. Maybe you keep seeing it on a clock or pops up in addresses, or maybe even on your coffee receipt. Those synchronicities, they're like whispers from the universe, and sometimes those whispers are trying to tell us something about our own potential for compassion, our capacity for service, or maybe just a reminder to extend a little extra kindness to ourselves and others.
I love that. It's like a little numerology scavenger hunt in our everyday lives. And, you know, speaking of things to ponder, what about encountering this number in other contexts?
That's a fascinating question, isn't it? I mean, if we can apply these numerological principles to individual lives, why not expand that outwards? What about the significance of 33 for a company, a social movement, even a whole country? Could those energies manifest on a larger scale?
Now that is something to think about. It's like taking this deep dive to a whole other level. And on that note, it feels like a good place to wrap up our exploration of the number 33, a number that's both deeply personal and surprisingly far-reaching.
It certainly has been an enlightening journey into the world of master numbers and the unique energy of the compassionate and inspiring 33. 28, a powerful number.
Yeah, I'm sure many of you are already familiar with numerology, but just as a quick reminder, it's all about the symbolism of numbers.
And how those numbers relate to us, to our lives, our personalities.
Exactly, and with 28, it gets even more interesting because we're not just looking at the number itself, but also its digits.
Right, so the 2 and the 8, those bring their own energies into the mix.
Yeah, and I'm already curious about that because when I think of 2, I think of harmony, relationships, like, partnerships, that kind of thing.
Absolutely, the 2 is all about cooperation, balance, diplomacy. It's a very intuitive energy.
Okay, so then we've got 8. How does that fit in? Because to me, 8 seems to have a very different vibe, more like driven, ambitious, maybe even a little bit materialistic.
You hit the nail on the head. 8 is all about power, discipline, and definitely about achieving success, especially in the material world.
So we've got the peacemaker, the diplomat, and then we've got the go-getter, the one who's all about achieving their goals.
Right, and that's what makes 28 so fascinating. It's this blend of seemingly opposite forces.
Yeah.
And that translates into the personality of someone strongly influenced by 28.
So what kind of person are we talking about here? Like, what would they be like in real life?
Imagine a person who can lead a team with strength and vision. But at the same time, they're incredibly sensitive to the needs of others. They can be tough when they need to be, but they also have this deep well of empathy.
Wow, that's a pretty amazing combination. Sounds like they could be really successful in just about anything they set their mind to.
They absolutely could. They have that natural charisma and leadership quality, plus the drive to make things happen.
But are there any downsides to this, duality? Because it seems like those energies, the 2 and the 8, could clash sometimes.
Yeah, there can definitely be challenges. I mean, one of the big ones for people guided by 28 is finding that balance. How to reconcile their ambition with their need for harmony.
So it's like they're constantly trying to walk a tightrope, huh? On one side, they've got this drive to achieve, to climb to the top. But on the other side, they also want to maintain peace and keep everyone happy.
Exactly. It could be a real struggle. Like, how do you assert yourself, go after what you want, without stepping on toes or upsetting people?
It's like they have this constant internal battle going on, wanting to be the best, but also wanting to be liked, wanting to be seen as a good person.
And that internal tension can manifest in different ways. Some might become overly cautious, afraid to take risks because they don't want to rock the boat.
While others might swing the other way, becoming too focused on their goals and kind of steamrolling over people's feelings in the process.
Right, and it's not about saying one way is better than the other. It's about finding that sweet spot, that individual balance that works for them.
So for someone with a strong 28 energy, it's almost like they need to develop a sort of internal compass, something that helps them navigate those competing desires.
Absolutely. Self-awareness is key here.
Yeah.
Understanding those moments when they might be leaning too heavily on ambition or maybe suppressing their own needs for the sake of keeping the peace.
It's like learning to recognize those patterns in themselves and then making conscious choices about how they want to respond.
Right, because ultimately it's about finding that internal equilibrium, that place where their drive and their compassion can actually work together, in harmony.
Yeah, that's a pretty powerful concept. And I can see how understanding this can be so valuable for someone who resonates with the number 28.
Oh yeah, it can be a real game changer. Because it's not just about understanding their strengths and weaknesses. It's about understanding their motivations, their deepest desires, and how to create a life that truly aligns with who they are.
Okay, so we've talked about the personality of a 28, the challenges they might face, but what about relationships? Like, how does this energy play out in their interactions with others?
Well, that's where things get even more interesting. Because for those influenced by 28, relationships are a key area where that duality, that push and pull between ambition and harmony really comes into play.
So what kind of partner would they be drawn to? What kind of dynamics would they tend to create in their love life?
They definitely need someone who can match their ambition. Someone who understands their need for independence. They're not looking for someone who's going to hold them back or try to control them.
So no clingy types allowed, huh?
Mm-hmm.
They need someone who's got their own goals, their own drive, and who's not threatened by their partner's success.
Exactly. They need someone who can support their dreams while also pursuing their own. Someone who sees them as an equal, a partner in crime, not just an accessory.
It's like they need a teammate, someone who's in their corner, cheering them on, but who also has their own game to play.
And that goes for friendships, too. They need people around them who can respect their ambition and their need for independence.
So friends who are supportive but not suffocating, who can challenge them intellectually, have those deep conversations, but also have fun and let loose sometimes.
Absolutely. They need that balance in their social life, just like they need it in everything else.
Yeah.
And speaking of balance, one area where 28s really shine is in their professional lives.
Yeah, that makes sense. With their leadership skills, their diplomacy, their drive, they're pretty much set up for success in the workplace. But I am curious, what specific careers or roles would they be drawn to?
Well, they could be anything, really. Entrepreneurs, CEOs, team leaders, project managers, they tend to gravitate towards positions where they can lead, make decisions, and have a real impact.
They've got that take charge energy, huh? And they're not afraid of hard work. In fact, they probably thrive on it.
They do. They're very goal-oriented and driven to achieve. But it's not just about climbing the ladder for them. They also genuinely care about making a difference, leaving their mark on the world.
So they're not just bosses, they're leaders. They want to inspire others, create something meaningful, something that has a positive impact.
Exactly. They have that vision and that drive to create something bigger than themselves. And that's where their unique blend of ambition and compassion really comes into play. Because they can be tough, they can make those tough decisions, but they also genuinely care about the people they're leading.
And they want to see everyone succeed, not just themselves. Okay, so we've talked about personality, relationships, career. Now, I'm curious about how the number 28 interacts with other numerological numbers. Is there a sort of compatibility chart for this?
Oh, absolutely. Our sources get into some really fascinating details about how 28 interacts with numbers 1 through 9. And trust me, some of these pairings are pretty surprising.
I'm all ears. Let's hear it. What are some of the most compatible matches for someone with a strong 28 energy? And on the flip side, are there any pairings that are just doomed from the start?
Well, let's start with love, because that's always an interesting area to explore, right? When we look at the compatibility between 28 and other numbers in romantic relationships, there are definitely some patterns that emerge.
Okay, so spill the tea. Give us the juicy details.
All right, well, first up, we have to talk about the potential fireworks between a 28 and a number 1.
Ooh, two strong personalities, both with a natural inclination towards leadership. I can already sense the potential for both passion and power struggles.
Hit the nail on the head. It's a combination that can be electrifying, filled with ambition, drive, that shared desire to make a mark on the world. But both numbers also possess a strong sense of independence and, a need for control.
So it's like they're both used to being the captain of the ship. It could lead to some clashes, some epic battles of the wills.
It could. It definitely could. But it's not all doom and gloom, because if they can learn to respect each other's strengths, allow space for both to shine, this pairing can actually achieve incredible things together.
So it's like high risk, high reward kind of situation, huh? But hey, sometimes those are the most exciting relationships. Now, what about a pairing that's a little more, peaceful, maybe?
Well, in that case, we have to talk about the match between a 28 and another number 2, because this pairing is all about harmony, understanding, that deep emotional connection.
Okay, yeah. Two peacemakers, two diplomats. They must create a very peaceful and supportive partnership, like a safe haven, right?
Exactly. They just intuitively get each other. They understand each other's emotional needs, and they prioritize creating a relationship built on trust, compassion, that deep sense of connection.
Sounds like a match made in heaven. But I'm also curious about pairings that might introduce a little more excitement, a little more spontaneity into the mix.
Well, in that case, we have to talk about the potential sparks that fly when a 28 connects with a number 3, because this pairing is all about embracing joy, creativity, and that zest for life.
Oh, I like this already. So the disciplined and ambitious 28 paired with the free-spirited and expressive 3 sounds like a whirlwind of energy and ideas.
It can be. It definitely can. The 3 brings this vibrancy, this playful energy that can really lighten up the 28's seriousness, inspire them to step outside their comfort zone a little bit.
So the 3 is like the life of the party, the one who's always up for an adventure. And the 28 is kind of like the grounding force, the one who keeps things from getting too out of control.
Exactly. And together they can create this really dynamic and fulfilling relationship filled with laughter, exploration, just embracing life to the fullest.
Sounds like a pretty amazing combo.
One of the challenges might be finding that balance between structure and spontaneity.
Yeah, because the 28, with their need for order and planning, might clash with the 3's more impulsive nature.
It's possible. But if they can learn to appreciate each other's differences, allow each other the freedom to be themselves, it can be a truly magical combination.
Now, before we move on to friendships, there's one more romantic pairing that I just have to ask about. What about the dynamic between a 28 and a number 5? Because that sounds like a recipe for both excitement and maybe a little bit of chaos.
You're not wrong about that. The number 5, known for their love of freedom, change, exploration, can definitely shake things up for a 28. This is a pairing that's all about embracing new experiences, pushing boundaries, keeping things interesting.
So definitely not for the faint of heart, huh? It's like, hold on tight and enjoy the ride.
Exactly. And it can be a really exhilarating ride because the 5 can help the 28 loosen up, step outside their comfort zone, try new things. Well, the 28 can provide the 5 with a sense of stability, that grounding energy that they sometimes need.
So it's like a perfect balance of adventure and security. Okay, now I'm really intrigued to hear about how those influenced by 28 navigate friendships. Because we've talked about romantic relationships, but friendships are a whole other ballgame, right?
They are. And for 28s, friendships are incredibly important. They value those deep connections, that sense of loyalty and mutual support.
So let's dive into the world of 28 friendships and see what kind of dynamics emerge when they connect with other numbers on a platonic level.
All right, let's do it. So when we look at friendships, for those guided by 28, we see this pattern of deep connections. It's built on mutual respect and this shared desire for growth.
So it's not just about hanging out and having fun. It's more about those friends who really challenge you to think differently, to kind of expand your horizons a bit.
Yeah, exactly. They need friends who can keep up with them intellectually, who aren't afraid to have those deep conversations about life purpose, all that good stuff.
Like having your own personal board of advisors, right? Like a group of friends you can always go to for advice, different perspectives.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now let's look at some specific pairings because those really highlight the dynamics. When a 28 connects with other numbers in friendships, one of the most harmonious combinations is the friendship between a 28 and another, number 2.
Oh, that makes sense. 2 peacemakers, 2 diplomats. They must create this really safe and nurturing space for each other, right?
Absolutely. They just have this intuitive understanding of each other's emotional needs, and they prioritize creating a friendship that's built on trust, compassion, that deep connection.
Like having a built-in support system, right? That bond that's unshakable and, always there for you no matter what. But I'm also thinking about those friendships that bring a little more excitement, adventure into the mix.
Well, then we have to talk about the dynamic duo of a 28 and a number 3.
Okay, yeah, this sounds fun. The disciplined and ambitious 28 paired with the free-spirited expressive 3. What's that like?
It's all about laughter, creativity, a shared zest for life. The 3 brings this lighthearted energy that can really help the 28 loosen up and embrace their playful side.
So it's like the 3 helps the 28 remember to have fun, right? Not take themselves too seriously.
Exactly. And the 28 can provide the 3 with a sense of grounding, direction, which they sometimes need. So they really balance each other out.
So it's a friendship that's both stimulating and supportive. I like that. Okay, now let's switch gears a bit. What about a friendship between a 28 and a number 7?
Ah, that's an interesting one. This pairing is all about intellectual depth and this shared passion for knowledge,
Okay, the practical and ambitious 28 paired with the introspective and analytical 7. I can already imagine the deep conversations they must have.
They challenge each other intellectually, they spark new ideas. They encourage each other to think critically.
It's like having a built-in study buddy for the ultimate quest for knowledge and wisdom.
Right, and they complement each other really well. The 28's practicality and drive helps to ground the 7's more abstract ideas.
And the 7 helps the 28 to look beyond the surface, to consider those deeper meanings. That's a really cool dynamic.
It is. It really fosters intellectual growth for both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, before we move on to the professional realm, I want to touch on one more friendship pairing. What about the dynamic between a 28 and a number 9?
Oh, 28 and a 9. Okay, so we're talking ambition and drive paired with compassion and humanitarianism. I I can already see how their energies would align.
You're right. The connection between a 28 and a 9 is often marked by this shared passion for making a difference in the world.
So they're not just focused on their own success. They want to use their talents and resources to help others to, make the world a better place.
Exactly. They might volunteer for causes they believe in or, support charitable organizations, maybe even launch their own initiatives to address social issues.
Wow, that's amazing. It's like their friendship becomes a catalyst for positive change, right?
Absolutely. It's a beautiful testament to the power of friendship to not only enrich our lives, but also to, make a real difference in the world.
Okay, so we've covered a lot of ground here. We've talked about the personality of a 28, their romantic relationships, their friendships. Now let's shift our focus to the professional arena. And you know how this energy manifests in careers and work dynamics.
Sounds good. Let's dive into that world.
As we've already mentioned, those influenced by 28 often excel in leadership roles. They bring that unique blend of ambition, diplomacy, and strategic thinking to the table.
Right, and we've touched on their potential as entrepreneurs, CEOs, team leaders. But what about the specific dynamics they create in the workplace, especially when collaborating with others?
Yeah, is there like a numerological guide to work compatibility,
You bet. There is. And our sources offer some really fascinating insights into how 28 interacts with other numbers in the professional sphere, highlighting both the potential for success and the potential for clashes.
Okay, I'm all ears. Let's start with a pairing that we've already explored a bit, the dynamic between a 28 and a number 1.
Oh, yeah. The clash of the titans.
Yeah.
This one can be quite a force in the workplace if they can harness that combined energy effectively.
So it's like having two captains trying to steer the same ship, right? It could either lead to incredible success or, a major shipwreck.
Exactly. The key here is clear communication, establishing clear roles and boundaries, and, really understanding and respecting each other's strengths.
It's about finding a way to collaborate without, stepping on each other's toes.
Precisely.
Yeah.
And when they can find that harmony, this pairing can be super productive and innovative.
Okay, now for a partnership that's known for its smooth sailing and collaborative spirit, what about the dynamic between a 28 and a number 2?
This is a great one for teamwork and diplomacy. They intuitively understand each other's perspectives, and they're skilled at mediating conflicts, fostering a sense of unity.
So they're like the glue that holds the team together, right? Making sure everyone feels heard and valued.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now let's switch gears and explore a pairing that's known for its creativity and innovative spirit. The dynamic between a 28 and a number 3.
Oh, I love this one. The structured and ambitious 28 paired with the imaginative and expressive 3. That sounds like a recipe for some groundbreaking ideas.
Absolutely. They blend practicality with ingenuity. They can brainstorm those innovative solutions, develop creative marketing campaigns, and really bring a fresh perspective to any project.
It's like the 28 provides the framework and the direction, and the 3 adds that spark of inspiration, the out-of-the-box thinking.
Right. Now, before we move on to business partnerships, I want to talk about one more work dynamic that often yields really impressive results. The pairing between a 28 and a number 7.
Oh, this one intrigues me. The practical and ambitious 28 paired with the analytical and detail-oriented 7. What's that like?
This pairing excels in fields that require, deep thinking, meticulous analysis, a thirst for knowledge. They can spend hours poring over data, dissecting complex problems, and developing those innovative solutions.
They're like the ultimate problem-solving duo, right?
Exactly. It's a really powerful combination.
Okay, so we've talked about work dynamics, but let's shift our focus to the realm of business. You know how those guided by the number 28 fare when it comes to building empires, launching ventures, creating financial success?
Yeah, let's explore that world of entrepreneurship and those numerological dynamics that really shape business partnerships.
Because as we've mentioned, those influenced by the number 28, they often have that natural inclination towards leadership, strategic thinking, and ambition, which makes them well-suited for the business world.
Absolutely. They have that drive to succeed, that vision to see opportunities, and the courage to take risks. But I'm curious about the specific partnerships, that can either amplify their strengths or present unique challenges in the business realm.
Yeah, is there a numerological guide to building successful business partnerships?
Oh, there is.
Okay, I'm ready to hear it. Let's start with a pairing that we've explored in both romantic relationships and work dynamics. The dynamic between a 28 and a number 1.
Ah, yes, the power couple of the business world. This pairing can be unstoppable, capable of building empires and, leaving a lasting legacy. But it can also be a recipe for conflict.
It's like those two powerful CEOs we talked about earlier, right? Double the ambition, double the drive, but also double the potential for clashes.
Exactly. The key here is finding a way to balance their egos and work together as a cohesive unit.
Because if they can do that, their shared ambition can be an incredible driving force.
Absolutely. Now, for a partnership that's known for its stability and long-term vision, what about the dynamic between a 28 and a number 4?
A 28 and a 4. So we're talking ambition and drive paired with practicality and attention to detail. That sounds like a solid foundation for a business.
It is. They're all about building something that will last, creating a legacy. They're in it for the long haul, and they're willing to put in the hard work and dedication required to build that solid foundation.
They understand that true success isn't about overnight riches. It's about creating something of value that will endure.
Exactly. Now let's shift gears a bit and explore a pairing that's known for its adaptability and innovation, the dynamic between a 28 and a number 5.
Okay, a 28 and a 5. So we've got strategic thinking and drive paired with flexibility and a willingness to embrace change. That sounds like a winning combo in today's fast-paced business world.
It is. They're all about staying ahead of the curves.
Yeah.
Anticipating trends and adapting to new challenges. They're not afraid to take risks or experiment with new ideas.
They're like chameleons blending into the ever-changing business landscape.
Right. Now let's explore a pairing that's known for its heart-centered approach and focus on social responsibility. The dynamic between a 28 and a number 9.
Okay, a 28 and a 9. That sounds like a beautiful pairing. The ambition and drive of the 28 combined with the compassion and humanitarian spirit of the 9. It's like a recipe for a business that's both profitable and purpose-driven.
You got it. They're not just focused on the bottom line. They're driven by a higher purpose. They want to create a better future for all.
They understand that true success is about more than just making money. It's about using their resources and influence to make a positive impact.
Absolutely. Now let's delve into a pairing that's known for its intellectual depth and its thirst for knowledge. The dynamic between a 28 and a number 7.
The 28 and the 7. Okay, so we're combining strategic thinking and ambition with an analytical mind and intuitive insights. That sounds like a perfect blend for research and development.
It is. They thrive in fields that require deep thinking,
Yeah.
meticulous analysis. They're the innovators, the researchers constantly asking why and seeking to understand the underlying principles of things.
And they probably come up with some pretty amazing solutions.
They do. The 7's intuitive insights and the 28's strategic thinking, it's a force to be reckoned with. Okay, now before we wrap up our exploration of business partnerships, we have to talk about one more combination, the pairing of 2 number 8s.
2 8s, double the ambition, double the drive, double the financial acumen. That sounds intense.
It is. This pairing is all about ambition drive and the relentless pursuit of success. They're both natural leaders, strategic thinkers, masters of manifestation.
But there's always a but, right?
Well, this pairing can either achieve phenomenal success or crash and burn spectacularly. It all depends on their ability to manage that shared ambition.
It's like having 2 powerful magnets that can either attract or repel each other.
It's a very good analogy. When they can find that balance and work together harmoniously, they can create something truly extraordinary.
Okay, so we've talked about business partnerships, but I want to circle back to something we mentioned earlier. The idea of 28 representing karmic balance and manifestation.
Oh, yeah, I'm really interested in that. So how does that play out?
Well, to understand it, we need to talk about karmic numbers and numerology.
Okay, break it down for me.
So in numerology, karmic numbers are believed to represent lessons that we're meant to learn from past lives or experiences that we're carrying over into this life. So it's like these numbers are pointing us towards areas where we need to grow, to learn, and to evolve.
Exactly. And when it comes to 28, its connection to karma is rooted in the interplay between its 2 core digits, the 2 and the 8.
Okay, so the 2 represents harmony in relationships, and the 8 represents ambition and material success. So it's about finding a balance between those 2 forces, right?
You got it.
Yeah.
The number 28 is a reminder that our actions have consequences both in this life and in past lives. It's about wielding our power and ambition in a way that doesn't harm others or create, those karmic debts that we'll have to repay later.
It's like a reminder that true success isn't just about what we achieve for ourselves. It's about how we treat others along the way.
Exactly. It's about aligning our actions with our highest values and using our talents and resources to benefit not only ourselves, but also those around us.
Creating a legacy of positive change. Okay,
Yeah.
I love that. Now, before we wrap up, I want to address our listeners directly.
Yes, let's bring it back to our audience and, invite them to reflect on how this number might resonate with their own lives.
Think about the qualities we've discussed today. Leadership, diplomacy, ambition, compassion, that drive for success, the desire for harmony, the importance of balance. Do any of these resonate with you? Maybe you see yourself in the description of a 28, or maybe you recognize these qualities in someone you know.
Maybe you've experienced those challenges of balancing ambition with your relationships, or a struggle to find that sweet spot between assertiveness and diplomacy.
Or maybe you're just intrigued by the idea that numbers can hold such profound meaning and offer insights into our personalities and life paths.
Whatever your takeaway, we encourage you to reflect on what you've learned today and explore how these insights might apply to your own journey.
Because numerology is a tool for self-discovery. It's a way to gain a deeper understanding of yourself and the forces that shape your experiences.
Now, before we sign off, I have one final question for our listeners. As you reflect on the energy of the number 28, its strengths, its challenges, its potential, we invite you to consider this. How might you use this knowledge to enhance your own life?
What steps can you take to cultivate greater balance in your relationships, your career, or your personal pursuits?
How can you harness the power of the number 28 to achieve your goals while also staying true to your values and creating a positive impact on the world around you?
Take some time to ponder these questions and see what insights emerge.
Remember, numerology is a journey, not a destination. There's always more to learn, more to explore, and more to discover about yourself and the universe around you.
Curious to see what kind of wisdom these numbers hold.
Yeah, these are fantastic numbers to take a look at. Each of these numbers really represents a different stage in what we might call the cycle of creation. And that's something that we see repeating in numerology over and over again. So, starting with the number 0, we encounter the vast potential that exists before anything manifests into being.
Yeah, and it's funny because when you think about 0, you often think about nothingness, right? But in numerology, it seems like 0 is less about the absence of something and more about the potential for, well, anything. I like to think about it, like a blank canvas for an artist.
Oh, that's a great way to put it. Absolutely. Think about it this way. Before a single word is written, a novel has the potential to become any story imaginable.
Right.
That's the energy of 0. It's that seed of possibility, that quiet hum of infinite potential before it takes form.
Okay, I can already feel all that creative energy buzzing around. But, if 0 is the starting point, where do we go from there? The material you sent over mentions 12, and I have to say I'm a little stuck on that one. What's so special about the number 12?
Well, in numerology, 12 often signifies completion, wholeness, a sense of things coming full circle. And think about it. We see these cycles in nature and even in our own lives, right? 12 months in a year, 12 signs of the zodiac, 12 hours on a clock face.
You're right. I've never thought about it like that. But those are all really great examples of 12 representing this kind of complete cycle. It's like that final puzzle piece slotting perfectly into place.
Exactly. But it's important to remember that achieving this sense of completion, this 12 energy, often requires collaboration, teamwork, a blending of different perspectives.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. It's rare that we achieve anything truly significant in isolation, right? It usually takes a team effort, a diverse group of people bringing their unique skills and perspectives to the table.
Precisely. And this idea of collaboration, of diverse energies coming together to create something whole, is something we'll see reflected in different ways as we explore these other numbers today.
Okay, I am hooked. So we've gone from the potential of 0 to the completion represented by 12. What comes next in this numerological journey?
So we've journeyed from the infinite potential of 0 to the satisfying completion represented by 12. But as with all cycles, the journey doesn't end there, does it? What comes after completion?
Well, I have a feeling it's not all smooth sailing from here. I'm guessing this is where things get a little more interesting.
You got it. You see, the number that follows 12, number 13, often gets a bad rap. People associate it with bad luck, superstition, even fear.
Oh, yeah, Friday the 13th, black cats, all that.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking numerology probably has a different perspective, right?
Absolutely. In numerology, 13 isn't about misfortune. It's about transformation. It's about embracing change, stepping into the unknown, that point in the cycle where things break apart, shift, and realign, often in unexpected ways.
Okay, yeah, I can see why 13 gets a bad rap then. Change can be unsettling, even a little scary sometimes. As humans, we kind of crave stability. We want predictability.
True. Change can be challenging, but it's also inevitable. Those who resonate with that 13 energy often navigate these big life changes, with a certain grace, a certain resilience. They understand that endings are just opportunities for new beginnings.
Right, like that old saying, when one door closes, another one opens. 13 is that moment when you're standing in the hallway, maybe a little unsure, but you're ready to explore what's beyond that next door.
Exactly. And sometimes, to step through that door, we have to let go of what no longer serves us. 13 really encourages us to release those old patterns, beliefs, even relationships that might be holding us back.
That really resonates with me. There have definitely been times in my own life where I've clung to something familiar, even when deep down I knew it was time to let go. It's like 13 is that little voice urging us to trust the process, even when it feels a little messy, a little uncertain.
Right. And what follows that process of transformation, that period of 13, is often when we start to see the emergence of something new, something extraordinary.
Right. And just like that, we've come full circle.
It's been a pleasure exploring with you.
And for our listeners, thank you so much for joining us for this incredible deep dive. I hope you learned some new things and are feeling inspired. Don't be afraid to keep exploring those numbers, keep asking those questions, and most importantly, keep listening to those whispers from the universe. Who knows what amazing synchronicities you might just uncover along the way. Until next time.
Keep exploring, keep learning, and keep embracing all those, fascinating contradictions that make us who we are.